Selamat siang, good afternoon, and salam sejahtera kita semua. I'm going to turn it over first to Pa Muhammad Rawudo from Bapanas, and then to Pa Kevin Tokar to give us a sambutan, a little welcome comment. So with that, Pa Rawudo, I hope you are here. I think so. We are still letting people in at the moment, but
Pak Peter, I just got the information. Pak
yes,
Rudo will be late for a couple minutes.
he will be a couple of minutes late.
Yes.
Should we start with His Excellency Kevin Tokar?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So is that okay, Kevin? We'll ask you. Thank you, Budini. Oh. Can you hear me now, Kevin?
Pak Kevin is still mute, Pak Peter.
Is Kevin mute? Kevin, I think you are on mute. Let's see. We are just waiting for Kevin and Paruodu.
Pak Peter,
Yes, Pak Greg
may
said
I have a time to explain to the participant about how using the channel interpretation, and then I will talk in Bahasa.
And I think is a YouTube streaming, when will that start?
Already.
Was it started? Okay.
Yes.
It just started, okay, because I just had a note saying it wasn't there yet, but that'll be great. Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oke. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu. Saya akan mencoba menjelaskan mengenai pada pelatihan hari ini akan kami menyediakan channel penerjemah. Jadi kiranya mohon diperhatikan bahwa untuk penggunaan bahasa Indonesia, Bapak dan Ibu dapat memilih channel di bahasa Indonesia dengan mengklik tombol seperti bola dunia dan memilih bahasa Indonesia, dan tidak perlu pindah channel saat berbicara. Jadi tidak perlu khawatir, pembicara dan interpreter bisa mendengar Anda. Nah, untuk pembicara sebaiknya masuk ke dalam salah satu channel, lalu berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia kala mengakses channel Indonesia agar tidak mengganggu penerjemahan. Untuk bahasa Inggris, Bapak dan Ibu dapat mengklik channel bahasa Inggris dan tidak perlu mengubah ke channel yang lain saat Bapak dan Ibu berbicara. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang menggunakan handphone, Bapak dan Ibu dapat masuk ke dalam Zoom, lalu mengklik tombol More untuk masuk ke pilihan berikutnya, kemudian memilih Language Interpretation, lalu Bapak dan Ibu dapat memilih channel Indonesia atau bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih, selamat siang. Back to you, Pak Peter. Thank you.
Halo,
Pak Rudo.
selamat siang Bapak. Good afternoon, Pak
Selamat siang.
Peter, Pak Gregory. I'm sorry, I'm just have a meeting with the Deputy Minister of the villages. So then I just finish and then join with this training. Please, Pak Peter.
Silakan Bapak, Anda bisa mulai dengan sambutan.
Oh baik. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good afternoon, Pak Peter, Pak Gregory, Mr. Gregory. Yang kami hormati tentu Bu Melisa dari Global Affair Canada. Yang kami hormati pejabat tinggi Pratama dari Kementerian Lembaga, dari Kemenko Perekonomian, kemudian dari Kemendes PDTT, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, maupun yang mewakili. Yang kami hormati Bapak Peter Sultan, Director of NSEC and SRD, dan juga tim, dan juga Bapak Ibu rekan-rekan kami dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas khususnya, dan terkhusus lagi dari Kedeputian Bidang Pengembangan Regional. Pertama-tama, I'm really sorry Pak Gregory, Pak Peter, I will deliver this introduction in bahasa, in Indonesian language. I hope the interpreter could help us, assist us to convert or interpret what I try to deliver. Terima kasih, boleh berkenan untuk ditampilkan. Pertama-tama puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, yang telah memberikan kekuatan, kesehatan sehingga kita bisa melaksanakan kegiatan training ini, pelatihan ini dalam kondisi ataupun waktu yang sangat berbahagia ini. Jadi kegiatan training ini merupakan bagian dari pelaksanaan annual working plan dari kerjasama NSTIC dan SRD antara pemerintah Indonesia dengan pemerintah Kanada yang sebenarnya sudah cukup lama kita rencanakan ya Pak Peter, Bu Mel, dan baru terrealisasi pada ujung atau akhir dari kegiatan NSTIC ini. Ada beberapa dan selanjutnya kami memohon maaf dari Bapak Deputi Pengembangan Regional yang kiranya hadir, belum berkesempatan untuk hadir di tengah-tengah kita dan mewakilkan kegiatan ini kepada kami. Pelatihan dengan tema Building a Competitive and Sustainable Indonesia Economy menjadi sangat penting ya, terutama dukungannya dalam penyusunan rencana jangka panjang menengah nasional khususnya dalam bidang pembangunan ekonomi lokal dan daerah. Tentu dengan praktek-praktek terbaik dan pengalaman-pengalaman yang dimiliki oleh NSLIC dan tentu juga kepakaran dari narasumber atau speaker yang hadir pada pertemuan ini akan menambah insight, wawasan, dan mungkin praktek-praktek baik yang ada tidak hanya di Indonesia tetapi juga praktek yang ada di berbagai negara untuk bisa di-sharing ataupun dibagikan dan menjadi perhatian ataupun concern dalam penyusunan kebijakan ke depan. Next. Pertama yang ingin kami sampaikan adalah bahwa Bappenas dalam hal ini sesuai dengan arahan Presiden Joko Widodo pada sidang Kabinet Paripurna mengenai RPJMN menyampaikan bahwa sasaran pokok serta prioritas nasional itu menjadi arah bagi rencana strategi setiap kementerian. Dalam hal ini Bappenas memastikan tidak hanya send tetapi juga deliver. Artinya rencana-rencana itu disusun secara komprehensif berkesinambungan dan memastikan eksekusinya juga baik di lapangan. Dalam hal ini bahkan dirancang juga berbagai instrumen-instrumen yang memudahkan begitu ya untuk melaksanakan clearinghouse ini, misalnya dengan mengintroduksi atau mengenalkan pekerjaan yang berbasis digital maupun konsep IDW lainnya. Next. Selanjutnya, arahan dari Presiden menyampaikan bahwa Bappenas di Kementerian PPN Bappenas memastikan bahwa seluruh rencana pembangunan kementerian lembaga maupun instansi lainnya sesuai dengan RPJMN atau midterm plan dan rencana kerja pemerintah atau yearly plan. Kemudian rencana pembangunan konsisten tentu dengan penganggarannya dan mengendalikan pelaksanaannya. Jadi memastikan itu bisa tereksekusi dengan baik. Next. Kemudian lanjut saja. Kemudian terkait dengan pengelolaan pinjaman dan hibah luar negeri, ada beberapa amanat yang diamanatkan di dalam Peraturan Menteri PPN nomor 6 tahun 2016 pasal 2, bahwa PLN yang ada di Kementerian PPN Bappenas itu diharapkan juga bisa mendukung tusi Kementerian PPN Bappenas sesuai dengan Renstra dan sifatnya perencanaan dan koordinasi pelaksanaan lintas program atau bidang atau lintas KL. Begitu juga dengan prinsip hibahnya agar transparan, akuntabel, efektif, efisien, dan tidak disertai ikatan politik atau mengganggu stabilitas negara. Dalam hal ini kemudian next diamanatkan juga bahwa PLN ini disyaratkan kejelasan manfaatnya untuk Kementerian Bappenas dan juga tadi untuk kegiatan yang lintas kementerian lembaga. Oleh karena itu, sebagai bagian dari upaya memberikan manfaat yang besar bagi Kementerian PPN Bappenas dan juga dengan koordinasi lintas kementerian lembaga, termasuk Kementerian Perekonomian, Kementerian Koordinator Perekonomian, Kementerian Pertanian, Kementerian Dalam Negeri, maka salah satu kegiatan yang dilakukan dalam proyek ataupun kegiatan kerjasama antara pemerintah Kanada dengan pemerintah Indonesia itu dilakukan sebuah pelatihan ataupun peningkatan bagian dari peningkatan kapasitas. Momentumnya pada saat ini sedang disusun background study maupun rancangan teknokratik untuk rencana pembangunan jangka panjang nasional, sehingga hal-hal yang di-sharing ataupun hal-hal peningkatan kapasitas itu nanti akan diarahkan dalam upaya peningkatan kita dalam menyusun rencana pembangunan jangka panjang nasional, khususnya praktek-praktek terbaik yang ada baik di Indonesia maupun di luar negeri. Next. Lanjut. Kemudian dalam hal tersebut kita juga mempertimbangkan beberapa megatrend dunia yang menjadi landasan perumusan nanti rencana jangka panjang menengah. Ada misalnya terkait dengan pergeseran demografi, di mana diperkirakan penduduk dunia itu 9,45 miliar di tahun 2045. Kemudian ini mungkin sebagian besar ada di wilayah Asia ya, termasuk Indonesia. Ada proses urbanisasi atau pertumbuhan kota-kota, di mana perkiraan penduduk perkotaan itu 65% akan hidup ya, penduduk itu di wilayah-wilayah kota. Kemudian ada perdagangan internasional, diperkirakan pertumbuhan perdagangan global 3,4%, dan negara-negara akan berkembang menjadi poros perdagangan, khususnya di Indonesia ya, dan investasi dunia. Karena adanya persaingan sumber daya alam, khususnya di Asia, dan akan ada perkembangan perubahan teknologi yang didominasi oleh teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, artificial intelligence, rekayasa genetika, dan juga ada perubahan iklim atau climate change. Kemudian Pak Kevin Tokar, thank you for joining us for this training. Sorry, I not introduce you in our opening. Thank you very much. And then gerakan sosial, this is about the social movement, semakin peduli terhadap isu-isu global dan juga terkait dengan pandemi dan bencana. Next. Kemudian lanjut saja lagi. Terkait dengan hal ini, maka dalam alur penyusunan RPJMN 2025 sampai 2045, saat ini kita sedang menyusun naskah kajian pendahuluan, dan di Januari atau Februari kita akan menyusun rancangan teknokratik, panitia antar kementerian, harmonisasi, dan kemudian rancangan awal hingga nanti di Desember 2023 akan disusun rencana pembangunan jangka panjang nasional. Dalam hal memperkaya kajian pendahuluan dan rancangan teknokratik yang dilakukan, kami melihat dan kami mengapresiasi apa yang sudah dilakukan ataupun disusun bersama antara Enslik dengan pemerintah Indonesia. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih Pak Kevin Tokar, Bu Melisa, Pak Peter Walton dan Bu Dini, and all team in Enslik is already yang sudah menyiapkan gitu ya training ini, mengontak narasumber yang sangat berkompeten untuk hadir itu untuk bisa bersama-sama dalam 2 hari ini melaksanakan training. Next. Kemudian sedikit saja mengenai proyek Enslik, mungkin sudah beberapa kali disampaikan, proyeknya sebesar 18 juta Kanadian sudah harusnya berakhir di tahun 2021, tetapi ada perpanjangan no cost extension sampai 2023 dan sudah dilakukan seremoni penutupan oleh Sesmen Sestama Bappenas dan Kedubes Kanada pada bulan September. Thank you for the closing ceremony also. Dan kita ini juga melakukan skema Responsive Innovation Fund di 18 KPPN, 2 daerah pilot di Sultra dan Gorontalo, dan di masing-masing ada 5 kabupaten yang didukung. Tujuannya untuk meningkatkan lapangan kerja, pendapatan masyarakat miskin, laki-laki maupun perempuan, peningkatan iklim investasi dan pengembangan UMKM. Next. Dan kemudian support ini juga dirasakan bukan hanya untuk Kementerian PPN Bappenas, tetapi juga untuk kementerian lembaga lainnya, bahkan untuk daerah. Dukungannya terhadap prioritas nasional 1 dalam rangka memperkuat ketahanan ekonomi dan pertumbuhan berkualitas, dan prioritas nasional 2 untuk mengembangkan wilayah, mengurangi kesenjangan, dan menjamin pemerataan. Kalau kita telah lebih jauh, ini mungkin terhadap beberapa pilar dari proyek Enslik terkait regulasi dan perizinan, kerjasama dan pengembangan ekonomi lokal daerah, dukungan nasional untuk pengembangan ekonomi lokal daerah, dan akses UMKM. Berbagai kegiatan atau praktek terbaiknya sudah didokumentasikan dan kami harap juga bisa di-share, dan tentu melalui pelatihan ini akan coba di-compare dengan praktek-praktek yang terbaik yang ada di seluruh dunia ataupun di negara lainnya. Next. Oleh karena itu, bagian terakhir kami ingin menyampaikan bahwa pelatihan ini dalam rangka mendukung tentunya penyusunan RPJPN itu membangun perekonomian Indonesia yang berdaya saing dan berkelanjutan. Ini ditujukan membantu peserta memahami dampak keseluruhan dari global megatrend tadi yang kami sampaikan, khususnya pada pembangunan ekonomi lokal, kemudian teori praktik terbuka dari pembangunan ekonomi lokal saat ini. Kami harapkan nanti dari narasumber bisa menyampaikan praktek-praktek terbaik begitu ya. Di samping mungkin ada teori dasar yang disampaikan, tapi yang penting adalah bagaimana praktek terbaik ini, dan juga memberikan latar belakang yang memungkinkan peserta merumuskan rekomendasi untuk penyusunan RPJPN ke depannya, terutama target-target kinerja pembangunan. Kami melihat di sini beberapa narasumber, Miss Kathleen Poole, Dr. Andrea Ferranini, Pak Peter Walton sendiri, Pak Greg Elts, kemudian ada beberapa juga yang mungkin bisa berbagi dengan kita atau sharing terkait knowledge yang dimiliki. Terakhir, sebagai bagian local economic development yang akan dibahas atau didiskusikan, yaitu terkait dengan pencapaian local economic development, masalah dan hambatan yang dihadapi, dan bagaimana kira-kira megatrend global akan mempengaruhi perencanaan 20 tahun ke depan, khususnya terkait dengan pembangunan UMKM, investasi, dan sebagainya. Dan terkait dengan UMKM ini diharapkan sebagai tulang punggung perekonomian Indonesia dan mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi di masa depan. Jadi penting bagi pemerintah Indonesia untuk melihat dan merencanakan perspektif dari UMKM. Kemudian spesifik objektifnya bagaimana memberikan gambaran tentang megatrend global, digitalisasi, inovasi, teknologi, perubahan iklim, kelangkaan sumber daya, pertumbuhan penduduk, dan rapid urbanization. Yang lain juga bagaimana megatrend ini mempengaruhi pemerintah pusat dan daerah, mengambil contoh teori lokal ekonomik yang ada di Eropa dan Amerika, dan sebagai strategi alat dan pendekatan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas pemerintah pusat. Baik Bapak Ibu, demikian yang bisa kami sampaikan. Mohon maaf suasananya, saya coba untuk pindah tempat sendiri karena ini di dalam ruangan sulit untuk mendapatkan jaringan. Adapun kalau di dalam ruangan tentu kegiatan di dalam sangat little bit begitu ya, agak mengeluarkan suara yang mungkin tadi disampaikan oleh teman-teman bocor ya di dalam chat. Demikian kami sampaikan, mohon maaf apabila ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. atau hal-hal yang tidak mengenakan di dalam penyampaian. I apologize if there is a mistake or unintentionally, Pak Kevin, Pak Peter, and Bu Dini in delivering our speech. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Mudah-mudahan
warahmatullahi
kita bisa
wabarakatuh.
mengikuti training ini sampai selesai. Terima kasih, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Kami kembalikan.
Terima kasih banyak, Bapak. And now I will call upon His Excellency Kevin Tokar, Head of Development Cooperation with Global Affairs Canada. Kevin.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Thumbs up?
please. Yep.
Fantastic. Selamat siang, everyone. Good afternoon. Yang saya hormati Bapak Rudo, Acting Regional Director 2 from Bappenas. Mr. Peter Walton, of course, NSLIC Project Director. Today's speakers, Caitlin Poole, NSLIC's International Gender Advisor, who is joining us from Kenya, and Dr. Andrea Ferranini, who is joining us from Italy today. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for my own technical issues at the start. It's been a bit of a difficult day on the computer, so thank you for your patience. I'm really pleased to welcome you all to this important training session on local economic development today, which has been made possible through the support of the Canadian-funded National Support for Local Investment Project, commonly known as NSLIC, which has been working over the last several years in Indonesia to help strengthen the enabling environment for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in Indonesia, while also helping to businesses improve their skills and access new markets. I think it's been a great project. We've had a fantastic team led by Peter Walton, and of course we've had a really great partnership with Bappenas. So I have to convey my appreciation to Pak Rudo and to the Directorate of Regional 2 of Bappenas for your partnership with Canada and NSLIC throughout the implementation of the project. This has really been key to its success. Now, of course, today the session is very timely. First, of course, we have an opportunity today to shape Indonesia's 2025 to 2045 national long-term plan, which of course will be an instrumental document to shaping the future of Indonesia. But second, of course, we're facing a very interesting and challenging time at the global level from both the political and economic perspective, in terms of conflict, in terms of pandemic recovery, inflation, climate change. All of these factors are really pushing governments to find ways to weather the storm and come out on the other end successfully. I think everyone's being pushed to rethink business as usual approaches, to be creative, to seize innovative opportunities. So I'm very hopeful that the workshop will shed some important light on the path forward, particularly in terms of promoting a more inclusive development path that harnesses the tremendous potential that's there in the MSME space in Indonesia. I think it's also great that the first session is focused on gender responsive local economic development, because I think we all realize that supporting women's economic empowerment and advancing gender equality will really be key to harnessing the tremendous potential or unlocking Indonesia's full economic potential in the years ahead. So with that, I wish everyone a very fruitful discussion over the next 2 days, and enjoy. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih, Pak Kevin Tokar.
Terima kasih. And if I may, selamat siang and good afternoon. And pertama, thank you to both Pak Rudo and Pak Kevin for their welcome remarks, and very much appreciated. And we have been pleased to partner with Bappenas and of course to have the full support of the Government of Canada. So we look forward to today's workshop as well. So selamat siang, good afternoon, salam sejahtera kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Mohammed Araujo, Director Regional 2, Bappenas, His Excellency Kevin Tokar, Head of Development Cooperation, Global Affairs Canada, representatives of our partner ministries, Kemen Desa, Kemen Pandan Erbe, Kemen Dagri, Kemenko Marvez, Ministry of Trade, any others who hopefully I have not forgotten, and we welcome you to our workshop and have appreciated your partnership. Honorable presenters who have agreed to assist us with the workshop today, and starting first with Ms. Caitlin Poole, who is our International Gender Advisor based in Nairobi. And then later today, Dr. Andrea Ferranini, who's a coordinator of the Local Development Unit, ARCO, at the University of Florence in Italy. Tomorrow, we will have Greg Elms, who is our expert on SMEs, policy and best practice. And I am lucky enough to be giving a brief presentation as well. So welcome and thank you to our presenters. And also thank you to our interpreter, two of them, Buvina and Bume, because without them, we would not be able to run this workshop. So, selalu peserta yang hadir kegiatan ini and selamat datang ke online training session on pengembangan ekonomi lokal. And saya Peter Walton, Director Project Enselred. And I apologize, I do not have a virtual background, but that's good. We have a presentation. So, online training on local economic development, pengembangan ekonomi lokal, Jakarta, 6 ke 7 Desember. And lanjutan, please. And there, this is Panda Klang, one of the SMEs at UMKM that we worked with, weavers. And back, please. Can we take that slide back one? Oops, we seem to have lost that slide. Hope that comes back. Otherwise, I'll have to pull up my backup here. Here we go. And sebelum. Oh. Let's give that 1 second. If we can get to the, okay, and next one. Perfect, thank you. So just sedikit informasi tentang Enselred. Saya pikir bahwa Pak Rudo and Pak Kevin sudah bicara sedikit tentang ini. Proyek dukungan nasional untuk peningkatan iklim investasi daerah, dukungan nasional untuk pengembangan ekonomi lokal dan regional, atau national support for local investment climates and national support for enhancing local and regional economic development. And it's a proyek kerjasama antara pemerintah Indonesia melalui Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, Bappenas, dan pemerintah Kanada melalui Global Affairs Canada. Proyek yang didanai oleh GAC dan dikelola oleh dan ini dilaksanakan 10 dengan 10 kota kabupaten di Provinsi Gorontalo dan Sulawesi Tenggara mulai 2016 hingga 2022. And melalui Responsive Innovation Fund, Enselek juga mendukung pemerintah pusat dan daerah untuk menciptakan inovasi pembangunan ekonomi daerah di 18 kabupaten dan 39 kawasan pedesaan prioritas nasional KPPN yang menjadi wilayah target nasional untuk di RPJMN 2015 sampai 2019 dan 2020 sampai 2024. And again, I think the objectives have been spoken about, basically raising the income of poor women and men, supporting the national investment climate, and supporting better linkages between national and regional economies, and certainly supporting UMKMs and SMEs, and with particular emphasis on orang miskin and perempuan miskin. Not necessarily miskin, but that is a target group. Many of our partners are now, fortunately, not doing too badly, so we're happy for that. And next, please. An intervensi proyek Enselred, dukungan teknis, panduan, pelatihan, pendampingan, fasilitasi, networking, pembelajaran sebaya, peer learning. And the strategi, penguatan pemerintah, kemitraan publik swasta, pengingkatan dukungan nasional, dan mempromosikan layanan pengembangan usaha. And prinsip-prinsip kesetaraan, gender, ramah lingkungan, dan tata kelola yang baik. So again, gender and good governance are themes that carry through all of this. Hasil, iklim investasi yang kuat, UMKM yang kompetitif, dan pendapatan yang lapangan kerja. An intervensi proyek, just in brief, nasional, dukungan terhadap pemerintah pusat melalui rekomendasi perbaikan regulasi dan iklim usaha. And 10 kabupaten kota dan provinsi di provinsi so 5 kabupaten kota di dalam provinsi Gorontalo and 5 di dalam Rengginang Sultra. And 18 kabupaten with RIF, with the Responsive Innovation Fund, 18 kawasan yang terpilih sesuai dengan RPJMN 2015 ke 2019 and RPJMN 2020 sampai 2024. And in addition, and juga 9 kabupaten through the Access to Market program. And this was dukungan pengembangan akses pasar domestik dan internasional. And that was in addition to the 18. So that was an add-on. And I think we hope that has been successful. I mean, every project has ups and downs, but I think that was one of the successes of this program, was going beyond mere support for production of local derivative products and the rest to actually accessing domestic and international markets. And we have had some significant success. Purpose of the online training session today, to support Bappenas, the Ministry of Planning, and other related national ministries, coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Kemenko Mervez, Kemendesa, Rural and Underdeveloped Areas, Ministry of Trade, in preparation of drafting the RPJPN, the Long-Term National Development Plan for the next 20 years. So that's a very ambitious goal. I hope that we can play some small part in contributing towards that, and perhaps raising some issues and having us think a bit about certain approaches. And next. And again, the agenda, I looked at that very quickly. Today we will have Bu Caitlin Poole, our gender advisor, speaking about gender responsive local economic development. From 1:30 to about 3, we have a small break at 15 minutes, and if we need that. And then Dr. Andrea Ferranini will be joining us from Florence in Italy to speak about local economic development and a sustainable local economy. So we anticipate we will go from now till about jam 5 or 5:15. And then tomorrow, we again start about 8:15 or 8:20 with a brief sambutan. And then we have Greg Elms, our expert on SMEs, who will be talking about preparing Indonesian SMEs for global megatrends. A small break, and then I am going to be speaking about levels of intervention, roles of government in advancing local economic development, and particularly the experience in Canada with some best practices and some case studies. And we will anticipated to close tomorrow, besok around noon, 12 o'clock. So we hope that you can stay with us for this afternoon and also for tomorrow. Terima kasih, thank you, and merci. And again, we look forward to a very productive workshop. And here we are, 1:30. I will welcome Bu Caitlin Poole. And again, there will be an opportunity as Caitlin speaks for questions, and certainly at the end. So please remember, this is a participative workshop, and we look forward to your engagement. So thank you. And with that, please, Caitlin, thank you.
Sorry, Miss Caitlin, before you start, may I take the resource person and then the participant to open the camera for taking a picture?
Do you want me to stop sharing so you can take the picture, Budini?
Yes, may I? Sorry
Sure.
for the interrupt.
No problem.
Yeah. Bapak, Ibu dan Bapak, mohon kiranya kamera dapat dinyalakan untuk kami bisa mengambil foto. Iya.
Oke, sebentar. 1, 2, 3 for the first layer. Okay, second layer. 1, 2, 3. And for the third layer. 1, 2, 3.
Terima kasih Ibu dan
Thank you.
Bapak. Back to you, Miss Kathleen. Thank you.
Thanks, Budini. Thanks, Pak Peter. Selamat siang. Nama saya Caitlin Poole. That's the extent of my Bahasa. I apologize, but we have some fantastic interpreters with us today, so I'm sure we're going to have an excellent discussion. I am the Gender Equality Advisor for the NSLIC project, but also for Co-Water International. So I work across a range of different projects, and I'm calling you from Nairobi, Kenya today. I'm very privileged to have been asked to participate in this workshop, and I hope that you will all find it interesting and relevant to the work that you're doing. I'll be talking about gender equality, disability and social inclusion in local economic development today. A very relevant issue, I think, based on what Pak Rudo was saying earlier. And I hope that this will help to inform your local economic development planning process. So I would like for this session to be as interactive as possible. So if you have any questions or would like to make any comments, please feel free to unmute at any time, or you can use the raise hand function, which is in the bottom under reactions, but also feel free to use any of the other reactions like thumbs up, ticks or crosses if you disagree with anything that I'm saying, and we can have a discussion around that. So without further ado, I will get right into it. So today, my session is sort of broken into two different sections. The first, I will be doing more of the talking, but again, if you have any comments, please feel free to jump in at any point. The first section will discuss why does gender equality, disability and social inclusion matter to local economic development? So we'll cover a couple of global trends. We'll look at Indonesia's commitments and the opportunities in your country. And we'll talk a little bit about why it's important beyond just an instrumentalist argument. And then in the session 2, this will be much more interactive. So we will discuss really how to leave no one behind and to enhance local economic development. So we'll talk about gender equality, disability and social inclusion analysis, or GEDSI analysis. We'll talk about GEDSI mainstreaming, and then we'll finally talk about inclusive monitoring and evaluation. So session 1, why does gender equality, disability and social inclusion matter to local economic development? The McKinsey Global Institute has completed some research which shows that if women were to participate in the economy identically to men, they could add as much as $28 trillion to the global annual gross domestic product by 2025. According to the report of the United Nations High-Level Panel on Women's Economic Empowerment, 700 million fewer women than men of working age were in paid employment in 2016. And even when women are paid, they tend to work in jobs with relatively low earnings, poor working conditions, and limited career prospects. Implementing policies that remove labour market distortions and create a level playing field for all gives women the opportunity to develop their potential and to participate in economic life more visibly. So helping women to fully participate in the economy is not only growth promoting, but it also diversifies the economy. It reduces income inequality, it mitigates those demographic shifts that were mentioned earlier, and it contributes to financial sector stability. A 2020 research paper produced by the IMF provides empirical support to the argument that gender equality is a macro-critical issue and should be assigned a high priority on policymakers' agendas. Policies designed to ensure a level playing field for women, such as improving the rule of law and women's legal rights in particular, women's health, access to education, financial services, and technology, are not only a matter of human rights, equity, and social justice, but relevant policy levers to boost economic growth and benefit the economy as a whole. So the graph on the slide has been taken from the 2022 World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And what it does is correlates gender parity with GDP per capita by country. As you can see, the general trend is that those countries performing well in terms of gender parity are also achieving higher GDP per capita, save some of those countries which are especially mineral rich, like Qatar. And so where Indonesia falls is approximately where that little orange dot is. So pretty much on the right trajectory. So let's talk a little bit about Indonesia's commitments to gender equality. So in Indonesia, gender equality is explicitly guaranteed by the Constitution and has been further promoted through the ratification of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW. In the year 2000, a presidential instruction on gender mainstreaming was enacted, requiring all government ministries and agencies at both the national and local levels to include gender mainstreaming in the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of all development projects. The Ministry of Home Affairs Regulation number 15 of 2008 provides guidelines for gender mainstreaming implementation at provincial and district levels. And the RPGMN for 2020-2024 ensures that gender mainstreaming policies are integrated into the planning and budgeting processes, which includes gender disaggregated policies, indicators, and targets from various ministries and agencies. It also has a target for the increase in the Gender Development Index, which measures gender inequalities in the achievement of 3 basic dimensions of human development: health, education, and command over economic resources. From a baseline score of 90.99 in 2018 to 91.39 by 2024. In addition to this, it seeks to increase the gender empowerment measure, which is a measure of inequalities between men's and women's opportunities in 3 major areas: specifically economic participation and decision-making, power over economic resources, and political participation and decision-making, from a baseline score of 72.1 in 2018 to 74.72 by 2024. So in addition to all of this, Indonesia has ratified global and regional commitments to ensure gender equality and women's empowerment. These agreements include the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, ratification of the Beijing Platform for Action, the Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, which I mentioned earlier, which was ratified by the government of Indonesia and enshrined in law number 7 in 1984, which ensures women's equal rights and protection from discrimination. Excuse me. The Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection is in charge of making progressive annual reporting on these achievements with respect to these international regional commitments. In addition, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was ratified by Indonesia in 2011, which commits the country to promote, protect, and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. So just as a really quick snapshot of the gender equality context in Indonesia, This information that I have on the slide here has been mostly drawn from the Human Development Index report and the Global Gender Gap Index report of 2022. So in terms of the Global Gender Gap Index, Indonesia is performing pretty well. It's ranked 92 out of 146, so sort of sitting in the middle there. But women only represent 21.9% of parliament and 17.14% of ministers. Women's labour force participation is 53.7% compared to men's, which is at 81.67%. And this gap, interestingly, emerges around the childbearing years of women, when women leave the workforce to have children, but really don't return in great numbers. Most move to the informal sector and often home-based work, signalling really an unmet need for childcare. 80.5% of women workers are in the informal sector, and women-owned businesses make up around 60% of small businesses. But these tend to be primarily micro and informal home-based businesses. These businesses could be more productive with better access to capital, credit, technology, and markets. And several factors underpin the smaller size and lower productivity of these businesses, such as women generally owning fewer assets to use as collateral to access finance, prevalent lending practices, which typically necessitate husbands or other male relatives to act as co-signatories on loans, and also programs to boost small business productivity are reflective of an inherent bias towards male-owned businesses. So firms with female majority ownership only represent 18.2%. And firms with female top management are only 22%. And on average, women earn 30% less than their male peers do in income. So quite a significant gender wage gap there. However, there are many opportunities for Indonesia. So if women's labour force participation is only at 53.7% compared to men's at 81.67%, that means that there's a potential untapped labour force of 46.3% of the female population who could be participating economically, paying taxes and contributing to economic development. However, we need to create an environment which is conducive to women's participation in order to benefit from their contributions to the economy. We know that in Indonesia, one of the primary reasons behind low participation of women in the economy is actually related to social norms and household burden. So among young unmarried women, labour force participation is quite high actually. However, once women marry and reach childbearing years, they often exit the labour market and don't return. They take up full-time domestic care work or informal work. So working with communities to change attitudes on women's roles and society and the economy is really important. Similar things can also be said for persons with disabilities, especially with regards to potential contribution to the economy. In Indonesia, the share of adults aged 15 and older with any sort of functional difficulty stands at 5.3%, which equates to approximately 1 in 10 households having an adult member of the family experiencing some degree of disability. The prevalence of functional disability is higher for women at 5.8% than it is for men at 4.8%. The prevalence of functional disabilities is higher in rural areas as compared to urban areas, 5.8% versus 4.7%. Yet labour force participation is only 56.72% for persons with mild disability and only 20.27% for persons with severe disability. Two of the primary reasons that persons with disabilities are not in formal employment are social norms or the misperceptions of employers about the ability of a person with disabilities to actually do the work, and also inaccessible workplaces. Of course, this is a very reductionist view. The barriers that persons with disabilities face are diverse and they are unique to the individual, but generally speaking, these are two significant barriers which we as practitioners and policymakers can address. Global research has actually demonstrated that persons with disabilities are some of the best, hardest working and most diligent of employees, and tend to stay with an organization much longer than their non-disabled counterparts. So again, this is another section of the population which is relatively untapped in terms of contribution to the economy in Indonesia. Excuse me. And by working with communities and employers to change perceptions about persons with disabilities, and their ability to contribute to the economy, and by ensuring that workplaces and government facilities are physically accessible, such as through the installation of ramps, disability accessible toilets, railings, etc. And also by facilitating access to assistive devices to support work, we can really create an enabling environment for the full and equal participation of persons with disabilities. So lots of opportunity there for Indonesia. So just to summarize this section really quickly, gender equality, disability and social inclusion is about equal opportunities, rights and responsibilities for women, men, girls and boys from a diversity of backgrounds. Gender inequality is a result of unequal power distribution between women and men, exacerbated by ongoing discrimination, weaknesses in laws, policies and institutions, and social relations and norms that normalize that inequality. So why should GEDC considerations be integrated into our approach to local development? Well, integrating GEDC considerations has the following effects. It unlocks the potential of more than half the population to advance society. It improves economic towards gender equality and human rights for all. And importantly, it leaves no one behind. So it's not just the smart thing to do in terms of economic development planning and implementation, it's also really the right thing to do. So that concludes the first section of my session today. Before I move on, are there any questions or comments that people would like to make? Please feel free to unmute and jump in. Well, there's going to be a lot of opportunity coming up for you to all to participate. So please do at any point feel free to jump in and make a comment or ask a question. I'd be very happy to go back to anything that I've maybe gone too fast over. But let's get stuck into session 2. So how do we leave no? Just as a quick outline of what we're going to cover in this part of the session, we'll cover 3 mutually reinforcing approaches to integrating GEDC into local economic development, planning and implementation. Specifically, we will cover how to do a GEDC analysis, how to mainstream GEDC into local economic development, and how to conduct inclusive monitoring and evaluation to allow us to effectively track progress towards both our economic objectives and towards Indonesia's goals for gender equality. This session, like I said, is going to be much more interactive, and it will give you all the opportunity to participate and apply some of the things that we're learning as we go. So I hope you enjoy it. So the first step to integrating GEDC into local economic development is undertaking an analysis of the gender equality and social inclusion context. The purpose of conducting a GEDC analysis is to identify the specific aspects of gender relations and other inequalities related to disability and to examine their implications for the design and implementation of a local economic development strategy. So a GEDC analysis is is really a systematic attempt to identify key issues contributing to gender inequalities and social inclusion so that they can be properly addressed. It draws on inclusive consultations and sex, age, disability disaggregated data. It recognises other disparity issues or barriers to participation related to age, disability, ethnicity, and socioeconomic condition, among other things. It provides a fundamental basis for GEDC mainstreaming, which we'll get into shortly. It also is used to determine whether specific actions are needed for a specific group of women or men, in addition to mainstreaming activities. For example, if a particular region has a high rate of youth unemployment, a GEDC analysis can help to identify this and then would suggest that this is a demographic that really requires special attention and support in the design of the local economic development plan. Is that someone unmute because they want to say something? Please jump in.
Caitlin,
Yes.
just a question. In Canada, when we say GEDC, we usually mean gender equality, diversity, and social inclusion. And I know we say disability, but now you are mentioning age and ethnicity as part of that. So actually the definition does broaden itself to bring in minority groups, people of color, ethnicity as well, I take it.
It sure does. Thanks, Peter, for raising that. So I think to keep the acronym manageable, we've just included gender equality, disability, and social inclusion. But all of those other identity factors like age, like race, socioeconomic status, all of those things is really encompassed in the social inclusion part of it. So we need to, when we're doing analysis, really think about all of the different factors in somebody's life that can either create or exacerbate marginalization or give them power. So gender is a big one, of course. Disability is one that we recognize as a significant identity factor that creates marginalization in community. But then the other social inclusion identity factors might change between contexts. So in one part of Indonesia, it might be socioeconomic status. In another part of Indonesia, it might be membership of a particular ethnic group. So it can be very diverse, and we do need to be mindful of exactly where we're trying to do this analysis and what different factors or unique factors we need to take into account.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a GEDC analysis would explore a range of different things, like I just said, but in particular, it looks at the differences in the lives of men and women. It looks at barriers to women's development. It looks at division of labor between women and men, the differences in access to and control over resources, the status of women and persons with disabilities and their ability to exercise their human rights. It looks at the different skills, capacities, and aspirations of different groups of people. It looks at the differences in participation in community governance and decision-making. And importantly, it also looks at the social norms and customs, which may also act as barriers or even opportunities to enhancing equality. So what does a GEDC analysis involve, practically speaking? There are some really basic things that we can do to highlight GEDC concerns in any analysis that we do. Things like disaggregating and analysing data that you collect based on sex, age, and disability, and any other relevant identity factors to that context, like I was just talking about. We can actively involve women, men, girls, and boys, and persons with disabilities in data collection and planning to ensure that different opinions are heard. And we can identify existing sources of information and analysis. So NGOs that are operating in the focus area or women's groups, other development projects that are already operating there and have done evaluations, local census, even the Human Development Report. So there's a lot of information, a lot of data already available to help us to do this kind of analysis. So let's do a quick exercise. What I would like somebody to just unmute and tell me what the image on the slide suggests to you. Peter.
Yes, I don't mind doing it again. Yes, in reaching the same goal, it's not the same process. There's a lot more obstacles in the way for women than men to get to a certain point in career, in life, and accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what do we say, a level playing field.
Exactly right. Thank you very much for your contribution. So, identifying barriers to engagement in economic activity is really important for our JEDC analysis. And it's different for different groups. So it's different for women, it's different for persons with disabilities, it's different for people from different socioeconomic backgrounds, for example. So what would be some of the barriers that women in particular might experience when they're trying to get a job or start a business? Any thoughts from people or experiences even? Oh, Melissa, you have your
Oh,
mic
hi,
off.
yeah. Sorry. So you were asking, sorry, I don't put my video on because the connection is not very good. So if, anyway, so you asked about what are the barriers for women to start a business?
Yes, yeah.
Maybe just to get the capital to start their own business, to get the money, the funding. I mean, the perception of women is not the one who usually own business, and it's men, so it just it is more difficult in a way, like collateral.
You muted yourself at the end there, but yes, absolutely. Access to finance is really tricky for most women, partly because of what I mentioned earlier, where often banks require a male family member or husband to co-sign for a loan, which means that women who don't have partners or male family members wouldn't be able to access that kind of finance at all. Any other thoughts from people? Any other ideas? Peter.
Yes, I think it's sort of social expectations that number one, when you apply, say you're applying for a job, you're female, the expectation is you will be married and have children, so you're not going to stay around. And number two, part of that is societal pressure, which is if you do have children, you should be at home. It's your job as a woman to be with children, not the man's job. And that is a societal expectation that is changing, and depending on what country you're in. But I think in Indonesia, my experience with people I speak with, there's still pressure to be at home with children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Those sorts of social norms and expectations of the role of a woman versus a man is really important and really tricky to change. It, as you said, it does change over time, and there is a generational shift. moving in a positive direction, which is great to see, but it is still a very big barrier for many women. Thanks, Pak Peter. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, it's also, I mean, women are expected to do the duty care as well, like for kids or elderly. So in a way that there's just less time available for women to start their own business or to pursue career.
Absolutely. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, that sort of what we call time poverty is exponentially higher for women than it is for men, not just in Indonesia, but around the world. And so trying to shift and share those responsibilities between women and men in the household, again, is, you know, a very challenging thing to do, because it ultimately changing, you know, deeply held beliefs about the roles of women and men. But there is a generational shift, and with additional support from projects, development projects, we can accelerate some of that change. Any other thoughts that people would like to share?
Maybe education. I don't know the statistics in Indonesia on attained levels of education, men versus women, whether it is higher for men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Education is a really big issue, and one that we would sort of refer to, I guess, as a root cause in some ways, or a big barrier preventing entry of women into the labour market, because they generally have less education or less years of schooling than their male counterparts do. Greg, would you like to jump in?
Sure. Another factor that I've observed is unequal access to information about market opportunities or resources due to challenges in participating in existing informal or formal networks. So that can be a barrier to development of businesses, most certainly.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Greg. That's really helpful. Yes, generally. Oh, I'm so sorry, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that sort of digital literacy is a barrier as well. Thank you, Noor, for your contribution. I see a hand from Busa Siafa.
Yeah, my name is Shiva. I thought maybe barrier related to information, because women and persons with disability spend most of their time at home, maybe, so they don't have the same information.
Definitely. Absolutely. That's a huge barrier. How do you start a business if you don't have any sort of experience or knowledge of the process to begin with, and you're not exposed to it because you're not out in society? It's a really big one. Thank you. So there is a lot of different barriers that women are facing. I think we've covered a lot of them here, things like childcare needs, no access to finance, limited financial literacy, and also digital literacy, limited education, no existing business networks, negative perceptions of employers and customers as well can be a barrier. And even not having support from the family, or being restricted by the family to the home. And so what might then be some of the unique barriers that a person with a disability might experience getting a job or starting a business?
just the social norm perception of the society to people with disability, like that they're not going to be able to deliver or do whatever they are required compared to the one with no disability. So
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Melissa. That's a really big one. That kind of misperception that they're not going to be able to perform in a job the same way that a non-disabled person could, and therefore are ultimately discriminated against. What else?
I think you mentioned physical access.
Yeah, definitely.
Ramps, stairs, those kind of issues that can be difficult for people or impossible.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. If you're in a wheelchair, how do you go up a flight of stairs? Or even if you're just have some other sort of physical disability, that kind of access can be really challenging. But also actually getting to the workplace in the first place, like if there's no appropriate transport to get you there, if there are no sidewalks to get you there, then how are you going to turn up for your job in the first place? Any other thoughts?
Ya, terkadang
Please go ahead.
teman-teman kita yang disabilitas itu untuk mendapatkan modal itu agak susah karena diragukan apakah dia bisa mengembalikan modal itu atau tidak.
Yeah, that's an excellent
Kemampuan
thought.
dia untuk mengembalikan
Yeah,
itu sangat
it's a
diragukan
really big
kadang-kadang.
barrier. Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Kemampuan dia untuk mengembalikan pinjaman itu selalu meragukan, sehingga untuk mendapatkan bantuan modal itu susah buat kawan-kawan kita yang disabilitas itu.
Exactly right. Yeah, that same sort of discrimination in the financial sector also happens based on a misperception that they won't be able to make the money to return the loan. That's a really good one. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah.
So again, lots of different barriers that persons with disabilities face: inaccessible workplaces, discrimination by employers and other workers, no access to appropriate transport to get to work, no access to assistive devices potentially, limited access to finance, as was just mentioned, limited financial literacy, and limited mobility. So the reason that I've put these barriers into overlapping circles is because there are a number of common barriers that women and persons with disabilities face, including discrimination by employers, other workers, potential business partners, and other economic actors based on harmful social norms about the appropriate role and place for women, and incorrect assumptions about the abilities of women and persons with disabilities to work effectively. Mobility: if a workplace or market is far from an individual's home, then transport's necessary. But what if there is no transport that will fit a wheelchair in it, or it's too expensive, or it's not safe? Finance is a really big one, and this has been mentioned a couple of times. Discriminatory practices of banks mean that women and persons with disabilities are less likely to access finance to support or expand a business. There's evidence that women are more likely to obtain finance through informal Apologies, I think I dropped out just for a moment there. Can you hear me again?
Yes, Bu.
Okay, great. So I was just saying that business networks are also a big barrier for women and persons with disabilities, because starting or expanding a business requires business networks that can support the process, such as facilitating entry into new markets or partnering with other suppliers to enhance or distribute a product, for example. Due to social norms around women's place being in the home, they're less likely to have such networks established when starting a business, but also find it hard to enter business networks due to negative perceptions of market actors towards women. And the same can be said for persons with disabilities. Familial support is also potentially a big barrier for women and persons with disabilities, because they really need that support to actually leave the home and to engage in economic activity. Without it, they may risk ostracization from their family. There may not be anybody else to support with child or elder care arrangements. Expectations around domestic responsibilities may not be met, and it may cause friction in the family. And of course, limited education is often the root of why women and persons with disabilities struggle to obtain meaningful employment. If they have only received a limited number of years schooling compared with their male and non-disabled counterparts, then they'll find it really difficult to compete for jobs. So you can imagine then that if you were a woman with a disability, the barriers that you would face in trying to get a job or start a business would be twofold in comparison to your male or non-disabled peers. So these are just examples of very common barriers experienced by women and persons with disabilities, but they can be unique for each group depending on the location and the context, which we mentioned earlier. This is why it's really important to understand these barriers in the area that you're working before designing your approach to local economic development. Understanding barriers for different groups is a fundamental part of undertaking a JEDC analysis and should really underpin any approaches that you then design for local economic development. So once we've analysed all of those barriers and also the opportunities for different groups of people to engage in economic activity, how do we translate that information into practical approaches in the design of a local economic development strategy? One way that we do that is through JEDC mainstreaming. So you may have heard of JEDC mainstream or gender mainstreaming before, but I'm going to refer to JEDC mainstreaming because it's slightly more comprehensive. And because we not only want to consider how women participate and benefit differently, but also how other groups like persons with disabilities and groups that are commonly marginalised in your focus area can also participate and benefit. There are a number of different strategies, very simple strategies for mainstreaming JEDC, including holding inclusive consultations during the design and planning phases to ensure that a diverse range of perspectives and voices are heard and can influence how local economic development is approached. We can design holistic approaches to build an inclusive enabling environment, which means working at multiple levels to address the full range of barriers that we've identified in our JEDC analysis, such as policy reform, capacity building, including quotas or incentives for increased participation of women and persons with disabilities. Working on changing attitudes, which we talked about before, as well as a potentially large barrier to participation, would also form part of an holistic approach to development, but it's really important to note it separately because it requires concerted effort to work with communities. Let somebody unmute because they want to jump in and say something. Please go ahead. Okay, no problems. So I was just saying that changing attitudes is also part of a holistic approach to development. And it really requires concerted effort to work with communities to change the perceptions that they may hold about the appropriate roles of women and the abilities of women and persons with disabilities to make meaningful contributions to the economy. We can also introduce participatory governance mechanisms. So similar to inclusive consultations, hearing a diversity of perspectives and experiences throughout the process helps us to improve those approaches and refocus resources as necessary to ensure that nobody is left behind. So this diagram that you can see on the screen here is a conceptual framework known as the Gender Integration Continuum. This was developed to guide projects on how to integrate gender. This framework categorizes approaches by how they treat gender norms and inequalities in the design, implementation, and evaluation of a project. So the blue circle represents the program area, and the words on the arrow describe the approaches used to integrate gender. So you can see at the bottom of the circle, there is a little box that says gender blind. This refers to, policies and programs that ignore gender considerations altogether. They're designed without any prior analysis of the culturally defined set of economic, social, and political roles, responsibilities, rights, entitlements, obligations, and power relations associated with being female or male. And the dynamics between and among women and men, boys and girls are also ignored. So this is traditionally how development programming was carried out, not so much in recent years, but to begin with. And you can see the box at the top of the circle, which says gender aware. So the gender aware refers to policies and programs that examine and address the culturally defined set of economic, social, political roles, responsibilities, rights, entitlements, obligations, and power relations associated with being female and male, and those dynamics between men, women, girls, and boys. So this is gender aware is where we want to be. So we then turn our attention to the arrow itself and look at the red end of the arrow. It says exploitative. And what this means is, what this refers to is gender exploitative, or specifically policies and programs that intentionally or sometimes unintentionally reinforce or take advantage of gender inequalities and stereotypes in the pursuit of project outcomes, or whose approach exacerbates existing inequalities. So these inequalities and stereotypes are harmful and can undermine development objectives in the long run. So really, under no circumstances should any project be adopting an exploitative approach, since one of the fundamental principles of development is to do no harm. So we really want to avoid that end of the arrow. In the middle of the arrow, in the yellow section, it says accommodating. And this gender accommodating policies and programs are those that acknowledge but work around the gender differences and inequalities to achieve the project objectives. So although this approach may result in short-term benefits and realization of outcomes, it does not attempt to reduce gender inequality or address gender systems that contribute to differences and inequalities. So again, we kind of want to avoid this section if we can. And then finally, at the green end of the arrow, gender transformative. This is ultimately where we should all be aiming for our work to contribute. So gender transformative policies and programs are those that seek to transform gender relations, to promote equality and achieve program objectives by fostering critical examination of inequalities and gender roles, norms, and dynamics, recognizing and strengthening positive norms that support equality and an enabling environment, promoting the relative position of women, girls, and marginalized groups, and transforming the underlying social structures, policies, and broadly held social norms that perpetuate gender inequalities. The overall objective of gender integration is to move towards that green end of the arrow, towards gender transformative policies and programs, thus gradually challenging and existing gender inequalities and promoting positive change in gender roles, norms, and power dynamics. So let's do another quick exercise using the gender integration continuum. I will read out a little scenario for you, and I want you to tell me, based on the scenario, where you think this project would fall in terms of the gender integration continuum. So a project in Southeast Asia had an objective of increasing incomes and economic empowerment for women. The women in the focus communities typically have to have their husband's permission to leave their compound. So the project helped women to develop small home-based businesses that they could run without having to leave home. Does anybody have any thoughts on where on the continuum this project would fall? Peter.
Not initially easy. It would not be transformative because you are still requiring women to operate within existing social norms, social restrictions. So does it accommodate their need to, it seems exploitative really to me, because they're still working within all the strictures, but they're bringing in money despite everything else.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Peter. That's exactly right. So yes, this project would be considered accommodating because it acknowledges that there are restrictions or barriers to women's participation in economic activity, but it's not challenging those barriers. It's working around them. And so what might be some of the ways that we could actually change this project to make it more transformative? Does anyone have any ideas on how we could do that? It's a tricky question. Yeah. Peter.
Sorry, I don't mean to do so much talking. I think you would want to start by working with the elders, the males in the community, to talk about the role that men and women play and how perhaps women's contribution would be, especially economically, would be a help. I'm not sure you'd get there if you challenge the social norms right away, but perhaps if you talked about income and the fact that the family could live better, the children could have a better life, that might be a way in. You need an entry point. And I think just to challenge the male dominance might not be it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Greg, would you like to also make a contribution?
Sure. I don't know if this is a feasible transformative kind of support, but one of the things that I've come across is that in the absence of there being certain affordable facilities in the environment, such as childcare, daycare centers, then that sort of puts a bit more societal pressure on the need for the woman to stay at home and take care of the children in the absence of those external support mechanisms. So daycare could be one of those. Availability of catering services, that doesn't seem to be a problem in Indonesia because seem to be a lot of those, but there's an external environment that may be driving some of these societal norms, and it may be wise to look for those and see, what could collectively be developed, such as localized daycare centers for women who would like to be able to be out of the house during certain times of the day, or for their business purposes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. That's exactly right. So it's not just social norms like Park Peter said, but it's also the enabling environment, or the environment around that surrounds these particular women that is influencing whether or not they can leave the home to go and engage in economic activity. So thinking back to some of those things that I mentioned earlier about how we can mainstream GEDC, we need to think about taking holistic approaches. So it's not just about training women to start businesses. We also need to look at all of those other factors in the environment that might be barriers, those institutional factors, lack of facilities for childcare and other things. So thinking sort of holistically about how we can approach this particular issue. Any other thoughts that people would like to share? Okay. Thank you for your contributions. I will now move on so we can have a quick look at a case study. This case study comes from Vietnam, actually. This is an example that relates to a project funded by the Australian government through an economic partnership with the government of Vietnam and implemented by Co-Water International. It provides some really useful lessons, I think, related to local economic development and women's empowerment, which we can all learn from. So to start, here is a little bit of context to set the scene for you. So this project focuses on the poorest areas of Vietnam, specifically the Northwest and Central Highland regions, where the population is predominantly of ethnic minority backgrounds. So amongst these communities, there are really high rates of poverty, the highest in the country, in fact. Ethnic minority women in particular face many barriers to participating freely and equally in economic activities. These include things like limited education, limited language skills in the dominant language of Vietnam, which is Kinh, poor access to services and markets, and also cultural norms. So things that we've just talked about, like women being responsible for all of the unpaid domestic care work. Around 80% of Son La, which is one of the provinces in which this project works, the population is engaged in agriculture. And in 2019, the agriculture sector only represented 24% of the provincial GDP. Lao Cai is the other province in which this project works. And this in Lao Cai, also the population is almost exclusively engaged in agriculture. Yet the sector only contributed 16% of the province's GDP in 2019. Women are actively engaged in agriculture and represent upwards of 60% of all labour. However, they face constraints in accessing technical support, inputs, and market information. Until recently, the government of Vietnam and donor partners have focused primarily on fiscal redistribution, subsidies, and improving service delivery. Traditionally, the major economic players in Vietnam were large state-owned enterprises and foreign invested firms. However, increasingly small to medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, are powering the Vietnamese economy and now account for 45% of all GDP. So there's a significant opportunity for Vietnam to improve local economic development by enhancing women's engagement in the economy and focusing support on SMEs. And we know that economies that better utilize the expertise and time of all of its members are more likely to prosper. McKinsey estimates that under a best in region gender equality scenario, Vietnam could add 10% or $40 billion to its annual GDP by 2025 if women were to be able to participate equally in the economy with their male peers. So the approach that this project took was underpinned by a comprehensive gender equality and social inclusion analysis to understand the barriers that women, specifically ethnic minority women, face in trying to enter the labour market or participate in economic activity. The analysis highlighted that perceptions among both community members and decision makers that women's role was predominantly in the home, undertaking domestic and care responsibilities, was a significant barrier. So the project has worked really hard to build knowledge among provincial authorities and communities of the value and the advantage of having women engaged in economic activity. In addition, ongoing governance reforms that are providing a mandate to be increasingly economically active. And there are many now welcome evidence-based policy engagement with the private sector and other non-government actors. So establishing effective feedback loops between local communities, private sector enterprises, producers, and government decision makers is really essential for supporting inclusive market-based policy reform at the provincial level, particularly in the context of the regional master planning process, which was introduced under Vietnam's 2017 law on planning. Facilitating such interaction and feedback mechanisms is a core element of the systems approach that the project supports. So the project is also supporting government to expedite reforms in economic governance, to accelerate participation in the economy by diverse market actors, including women and SMEs, such as revising land use planning policies, which have restricted converting agricultural land away from staple crops. This will allow for greater diversification of crops and greater sustainability of land use. They're also supporting the reform of financial regulations that previously constrained access to finance for small-scale producers and businesses. The project and the government have also promoted private sector-led service delivery models in rural areas. For example, to promote a coherent approach within the vegetable sector, a sector working group has been formed which involves both private sector partners and government agencies. Sector meetings have allowed for the sharing of challenges and lessons learned and recommendations on cooperation, government policy improvements, and innovative solutions. So a whole range of different initiatives, which ultimately are taking a holistic approach. So this diagram demonstrates how all of the elements that I've just described contribute to a whole of system approach to economic development, specifically in the agriculture sector. So through the middle is the value chain, starting with the farmers, with the product then moving via local traders to processing and distribution, and eventually being exported or sold on domestic markets. Supporting this process across the top of the diagram, you can see the complementary services. So these are things like nurseries, extension services, research and development, and certification processes, all of which contribute to increasing the value of the product in the value chain. Across the bottom of the diagram are the rules or the enabling environment conditions. So these are ideally all facilitating production as well. This includes things like the land use laws that I just mentioned, which permit crop diversification, sector planning initiatives, policies which enhance sector development, and changing cultural norms which were previously barriers to the full participation of women and marginalized groups in the system. So in terms of results, this project has been quite successful. So as a reminder, it's only working in 2 provinces, but even still, they've managed to increase women's income for 15,378 women. 3,657 women have new jobs. 1,963 women are now in community leadership roles, where previously they resisted being in leadership roles for fear of public speaking or not feeling like it was their place. 537 women-led collective groups are now operational in these areas. And the project has also been able to leverage the equivalent of 90 billion rupiah in private sector co-investment. So quite a significant investment in addition to the investments that the Australian government and Vietnamese governments have made. And this is just a little quote that I included from the Deputy Head of the Finance and Monetary Department from the Ministry of Planning and Investment. He said that the project has supported the development of the production along the value chain with the participation of the community, which is in line with their national and targeted programs. So Budini, I'm going to hand over to you to share the little video that we want to include, which gives a little bit of insight into the impact that this program has had.
Okay, wait.
Can't hear any audio. Still no audio there, and we can't really see the subtitles along the bottom. But you know what, given that we only really have about 15 minutes left of this session, why don't I share the link with everybody and you can watch it in your own time. It's quite a nice video and talks about the impact that this particular project has had. So if it's okay, I'll just keep going with my presentation. So I'd also like to take a moment to reflect on the project that we've been delivering here in Indonesia, the National Support for Local Investment Climates and National Support for Enhancing Local and Regional Economic Development Project, or NSLRED, because there are also some really relevant lessons to take away from this project in terms of integrating JEDC into local economic development. To start, here's a really quick overview of the approach that NSLEC took to integrate gender equality. It was a two-pronged approach, which meant that the project focused on both continuing and improving the mainstreaming of gender considerations, and also initiated specific programs and pilots designed to benefit women in particular. Generally, the project wanted to ensure that businesses and government departments uphold and protect women's rights, and it proactively identified innovative policies and strategies to reduce women's inequality. So NSLEC has demonstrated some really strong results in terms of local economic development, but also significantly in terms of women's economic empowerment as a result of a gender mainstreamed approach. So results specifically related to gender equality include 3,982 business entities, 27% of which were women-led, and 5,384 individuals, 48% of whom were women, were reached across 18 districts in 12 provinces. Household income increased by more than 114%. Women have improved knowledge and skills, economic participation, employment, and incomes generally. 100% of women who participated in the project reported receiving more support from their families in being economically active as a result of the project. 50% reported more support from their communities, and 75% reported having much greater influence on local authorities and government for planning, for development planning. So this is really what's possible with a gender mainstreamed approach to local economic development. So let's now turn our attention to inclusive monitoring and evaluation. These are some of the key elements of inclusive monitoring and evaluation, things like sex, age, and disability disaggregated data, GEDC sensitive indicators, participatory monitoring and analysis, qualitative research, and ensuring that everyone has a voice. Most of these you'll be familiar with, I'm sure. However, I would like to spend a little bit of time on GEDC sensitive indicators in particular, because they're not always easy to define. And as a result, they can often be left out of monitoring plans, but are really important in order for us to understand and to track the change that we're having in terms of gender equality. So just as a quick refresher for all of us, there are 3 types of indicators. Process indicators, which measure the delivery of activities and demonstrate that we're on track with doing what we said we would do. For example, the number of training sessions on women's rights held in a target community. There are also output indicators, which measure the direct results of our activities and show that they're having the intended effect that we want. For example, the number of women who show increased awareness of their rights after attending a training session. And then thirdly, there are outcome indicators, which measure the long-term results of our work and provide evidence that it will have a lasting effect on poor women's lives. For example, a decrease in the evidence of, in the incidence of violence against women as a result of more women and men knowing that violence violates women's rights. So not all indicators in your monitoring and evaluation framework have to be GEDC sensitive. However, there should be some GEDC sensitive indicators at least in order to understand who is benefiting from local economic development and who isn't, and where opportunities to support a specific group, whether it's women or persons with disabilities or some other marginalized group in the project area, to enhance their economic participation. Specifically, GEDC sensitive indicators should measure the gap between men and women, measure the different roles, responsibilities between women and men, measure differences in access to and control over resources of different members of society. And this is really important in monitoring the success of local economic development. Because if women don't have equal access to and control over resources like business finance as their male peers do, then they'll not be able to compete equally in the market and achieve sustainability and scale for their businesses. GEDC sensitive indicators should also measure progress towards achieving gender equality goals, remembering that the current RPJMN has explicit targets for improving performance against the Gender Development Index and the Gender Empowerment Measure, both of which include a focus on economic empowerment of women. Excuse me. GEDC sensitive indicators also require that data is disaggregated by sex, age, and other variables such as disability. And they can demonstrate the impact of change in power relations between women and men over time. So one benefit of including GEDC sensitive indicators in your approach to monitoring and evaluation is that they encourage the integration of GEDC issues throughout the entire development cycle, from planning of a policy and program right through to implementation and monitoring and evaluation. And this is really important because we know that what gets measured matters and also gets attention and resources. So let's do another quick exercise. This is the last one of today. the example that I have on the screen here, the top example is just a basic indicator, number of people who received business development training. And the example below it is the same indicator, but a GEDC sensitive version, number of people and men, persons with disabilities who received business development training. So what makes the bottom example GEDC sensitive compared to the top example? Peter.
You're starting to track your achievement or your results by grouping by women, by men, and seeing how close you're getting to achieving your targets, to what extent women are starting to participate or benefit from the program, and not simply be lumped in with people who have attended and have no idea of whether women are benefiting to the extent you want.
Exactly. Thank you.
People with disabilities as well.
Exactly right. So the bottom example is disaggregating that data, expecting us to disaggregate that data by gender and also disability. And what that's going to do is give us a much bigger picture of what is happening, of the results of the project. So, you know, the project might have trained 100 people, but if all of those are men, then we're not having any impact on women or persons with disabilities. And we can only know that if we're disaggregating that data by sex. So let's work through a couple of examples together. And please just unmute yourself and jump in. What I'd like to do is take the indicator that we have on the left-hand side of the screen and turn it into a GEDC sensitive indicator. So any suggestions that you have for how to do that, I would love to hear them. So let's start with the first one, number of participants in community meetings. How can we make that GEDC sensitive? I'll give you a hint, similar to the example that I just gave on the previous slide. Peter.
To disaggregate again by number of men, number of women, number of people with disability?
Exactly right. So number of participants, women, men, persons with disabilities in community meetings. And how about the second one? Percentage increase in labour force participation. Somebody else have an idea? Peter.
I would think it's really the same as above, is to break it down again, to disaggregate the increase in labor force participation among the different groups, among women, among men. And I should remind people, if I can, please feel free to answer questions in Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Inggris, you know, it's not necessary to speak in English. So do feel free to jump right in this and other presentations. So sorry for that little editorial, but I think the answer would be the same.
No, thanks. Thank you. Yes, and thanks for the reminder. Please feel free to speak in Bahasa Indonesia. We have excellent interpreters here, so I will be able to get your comments and thoughts straight away. So yes, exactly right. Percentage increase in women's and men's labour force participation. So again, just doing a simple thing by disaggregating that data by sex. And what about average increase in incomes for MSMEs? Pagpida.
Your help. I think not just the number of women versus men or people with disability who participate, but perhaps also the women-led MSMEs or men-led MSMEs, the actual role of women in those small manufacturing enterprises, whether it's leadership or membership.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So thinking about the specific role of women or men in the MSMEs, not just their participation in it. So what I had was average increase in income for SMEs disaggregated by women versus men-owned MSMEs. Because that would give us an indicator of who is actually starting and running businesses. And that could be quite interesting for a local economic development project to then focus its support on a particular demographic within a particular community. And then the fourth indicator, number of people in target community receiving business loans. What might be a gender sensitive way of writing that indicator? Any thoughts from the group? In the interest of time, I'm going to help you out with these. So this one would be something like number of women, men, and persons with disabilities in the target community receiving business loans. So again, we can see who is accessing that kind of finance and who's not. And then we can use our projects to try to support those who are excluded or marginalized. And then the final indicator here, percentage reduction in poverty in the target community. This one's a little bit trickier, but one way that we could make it GEDSI sensitive is to look at the percentage reduction in the target community disaggregated by women and men headed households and households with an adult who has a disability. Are there any questions or thoughts or confusions about any of what I've just presented there in terms of GEDSI sensitive indicators? Okay, we're running against the clock, and I'm almost done, I promise. So just to recap today's session, I'll give you some of the headlines that I hope that you'll take away with you and think about in the sessions to come. Firstly, gender equality contributes to better economic outcomes for the country. Indonesia is committed to gender equality, so integrating it into local economic development will help Indonesia to meet these commitments. Integrating GEDSI into local economic development is the smart thing to do, and it's also the right thing to do. Local economic development is enhanced when GEDSI is integrated. And GEDSI is integrated by including GEDSI analysis in local economic development planning and design, by mainstreaming GEDSI into local economic development processes and goals, and by monitoring GEDSI effectively through the use of GEDSI sensitive indicators, amongst other things. So my challenge for you all here today is to try to keep what we've learned today in mind as you progress through the rest of these training sessions and discussions, and to think about how GEDSI is relevant in all aspects of local economic development. Beyond the sessions today and tomorrow, how will you apply this learning to your job? How will you integrate GEDSI into local economic development design as you enter into your planning phases? What opportunities exist to enhance gender equality or disability inclusion in your planning processes? How will you achieve that? And what tools or techniques can you apply to make local economic development more inclusive and ensure that Indonesia leaves no one behind? So this brings me to the end of my session. I wonder if anybody would like to share any final reflections or ask any questions before we sign off.
Just a comment, if I might. I think it's for those of us who work with gender in theory on a daily basis, it's great to be reminded of the importance and of some of the ways of trying to achieve these targets and measuring, because I think it slips from mind sometimes, and we forget how important it actually is. So, but I appreciate very much your observations and your approaches that are useful for people. So thank you for that. And yeah, please send us a link for the case study on Vietnam, because I did have the privilege of seeing part of it. That was quite good.
I will do. Thank you, Pak Peter. And thank you to everybody who's joined us today. It's been my great privilege to present to you. I hope that you've found it interesting and useful. And if you do have any questions after the session, feel free to get in touch with Pak Peter, the NSLIC team. They can reach me and I would be very happy to answer them or have further discussions with you. So, terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Bukit. Now we are planning a short break here for about 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 3:15 with Dr. Andrea Ferranini. And I'm going to take the liberty of telling you a story. I'm not sure if anybody wants this story, but when I worked in India 25 years ago, we had a cross-cultural advisor, and she told us this story. And it may be out of date now, but a professor from China came to the University of British Columbia, came to Vancouver, and presented a presentation, a speech. And when she finished, most of the students went up and said, "That was wonderful, that was terrific, we appreciate it so much." And the reaction of the professor was that she was highly offended, very, very offended. And as Canadians, we thought, why would you be offended? Everyone is saying what a good job you've done. But she was offended because students felt they had the right to pass judgment on her presentation. And what if they hadn't liked it? Would they have said, oh my gosh, that was terrible? So just so you know, and of course you already know this, in a Canadian context, we welcome comment, we welcome challenges. The people who are presenting today are open to comment, to criticism, to challenge. So please don't feel shy. Please come forward and ask questions. No question is too silly. No comment is out of line. Just if there are things you need clarified or things you'd like to comment on, please do. And I'm sure Dr. Andrea as well will welcome that. So, because I know sometimes it's hard to, especially in group sessions, to come forward and put yourself out there. So please feel free to volunteer comments or questions, and I assure you we will all welcome that. So thank you. That's my little editorial. And you have about 5-7 minutes for a break, and then we'll be starting. And again, thank you very much, Caitlin, for your presentation on behalf of everyone. And I see we have Dr. Andrea Ferranini has logged in, so we will be seeing you shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, great. So please, everyone, be back in 3:15. We will start sharply at 3:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting in about 1 minute. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Andrea Farinini, who will be speaking to us at 3:15. And I'd like to say something in my very poor Bahasa Indonesia, but the interpreter prefers us to stay in one language. So I'll simply say Selamat Datang. And again, we will be going from 3:15 to about 5:15. And please feel free to ask questions, to comment. There will be, I think, a formal break for that, but we'll leave it to Andrea to run that session and see how he most appreciates comments. So, but do not be reticent. Don't be hesitant to ask questions or comments. And I think we're about ready to start. So with that, I'll just welcome, like to welcome Andrea here, Dr. Andrea Farinini from the University of Florence with the ARCO Lab. And we're very honored to have you taking part today, and thank you very much for that. The topic we have, and you can expand on this as you go, is local economic development and a sustainable local economy. And we started about an hour and a half ago. We had a session on gender and local economic development, and I think you caught the end of that. So, so I think everyone is looking forward to hearing from you. And again, with that, I will turn it over to you. And are you co-host? Have we made you a co-host? Okay, so you can control your presentation. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to all of you for being here. It's a great opportunity to exchange with all of you. So I'm not here for lecturing. I'm here really for a learning experience with 54 people. So it's really great because I can I can share my point of view. I can share my experience, but I can also listen to yours, and we can really feel together as part of a global community of knowledge, of practice on local economic development. So thanks again. I just had the chance to visit your country once a few years ago, and I hope also this is an opportunity to start direct interaction, not only with Peter and the project, but also with all of you on all the different common interests that surely we share on local economic development in a sustainable perspective. So let me share my screen. And as Peter said, please raise your questions. Raise your hands, interrupt me whenever you want, in the chat or as you prefer. So the more that we can exchange on these topics, the better it is. Can you just confirm that you see my screen properly? Is it all fine? Yeah, I think so. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So just a few words about myself. So my name is Andrea, as you know. I'm based in Italy. I work for a research center, which is called ARCO. ARCO stands for Action Research for Co-Development. I'm gonna copy you the link here in the chat, so you can browse yourself on our website. We are active since 2008. We conduct research. We provide consulting and training services on 5 areas of work. We operate both in Italy and at the international level. International level, I mean in the European setting as part of European partnership, but most of our work is in the development cooperation setting. So we had the opportunity, and we were lucky enough to exchange with several countries around the world. And again, this is why I'm very glad to be here with you to start also an interaction with such a qualified audience from Indonesia. We have collaborated with more than 130 partners in about 33, now I think they are 34 countries. Our areas of work, as you can see in the slide, so we work on social economy. Social economy, we mean all the areas reflecting the importance and the impact of social enterprises and social businesses in our economies. For this reason, also, we have a very strong linkage with Muhammad Yunus, the Peace Nobel Prize, and we host the Yunus Social Business Center of the University of Florence. Our second area of work is on inclusive development. We conduct research on the well-being and life opportunities of people with disabilities, migrants, children and youth, and also we deal with migration issues. Our central unit is the one on local development, which is the unit that I personally coordinate and I work with another with my team. On local development, we conduct research on the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals, so how to promote sustainable economies, as is part of this lecture, all around the world in our own territories, by building on the relationship of the communities, but by also linking with local, national governments and international organizations. Our fourth area of work is on circular innovation and sustainable commodities. So here we deal with the whole transition to a circular economy, a carbon neutral economy, and we specifically pay attention to food systems and agricultural value chains. And then last but not least, there is a fifth cross-country area of work, which is the one on monitoring, evaluation, and impact evaluation. Obviously, this is conducted mainly on the same topics of our work. So we are quite often requested to perform evaluations of policies, programs, and projects that are conducted either in Italy or in the international setting. By browsing on our website, you can have a better understanding of our activities, and also during this speech with you, this interaction with you, I try to mention a few examples of our work and the work of our colleagues in other countries. As I said, obviously today we're going to talk about local economic development, which is really part of the research unit that I coordinate in ARCO. So the outline for today, we're going to touch upon around 8 main elements beside the premise. So I would like to start with the local economic development vision. Let me stress that what I'm going to share is my understanding. So I'm not going to tell any global valid truth about these topics. I'm going to share what has been my experience so far, my understandings of these topics. So obviously, I'm open to discuss about it, to critiques, to improve also the way that we understand these topics. So first point on local economic development vision, then we go on SDG localization. I will try to introduce a brief elements of a theory of change that can lead local economic development to foster sustainability. I will highlight a few principles that, in my opinion, are very crucial for local economic development in a concrete perspective. And then the fifth point, I think, is very important. Let's discuss about the national and local enabling environment for LED. We will then have a break for Q&A, and then we go for another set of examples. And the last part is probably the more concrete part, where I try to highlight what we conceive as diagnostic approach as fundamental to set local economic development in any context of the world, and what can be the main steps for LED promotion process and LED strategy. Again, feel free to ask any questions throughout the presentation. So a few premises, and these premises connect and links and concern the global settings where we are based right now, and the mega trends, the mega challenges that we are facing all around the world. First of all, we cannot avoid mentioning the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been probably the most dramatic global public health emergency of our time, and has soon become an economic, social, and human crisis. I want to stress the human crisis because too often the media recall only the economic effect, but the human effect on all of us has been very strong. In the vibrant international debate on the way to recover from the pandemic, 4 elements have emerged. So I think we can all agree that pandemic has not raised new problems, but has been exacerbating problems of our economies and societies that were already evident before. The pandemic had a differential impact in terms of class, generations, social groups, territories, and countries. And this impact, along with the dramatically high human cost, are really urging all of us around the world at global level, at national level, at subnational level, at local level, to think about fundamental changes to our economy and our societies. And this includes to think about a new and different framing to structure government intervention to properly serve the public interest. So I think this is a starting point that connects to the pandemic, but obviously this is coupled with the mega trends that we are all living in. Some countries may feel it more than others, but surely we are still in a setting of globalization and economic integration, despite the pandemic, despite the conflicts. This is persisting, and with all its challenges, but also all its opportunities for local economic development. Digitalization is another mega trend. It's a digitalization of social relations. It's a digitalization of economic opportunities, of economic instruments. It's a digitalization of manufacturing processes. So we are all part of it. We are all living on it. And it's also an opportunity because it's allowing us to be here today, for instance. Urbanization is a big change that is felt especially in countries like yours. In other emerging countries, it is mostly felt, but also in more developed areas like Europe, where basically people are abandoning rural areas, are abandoning inner areas, and most of the services, most of economic opportunities are concentrating in the urban settings, with all the issues that this includes concerning housing, concerning pressure on environmental services, concerning mobility issues, and etc. Climate change, it's undeniable today. It's in front of all of us. And I know this is also a big part of the discussion in Indonesia, but not only in your country. So climate change in terms of effect, in terms of the way that we can be resilient and adapt to climate change, but also in the way that we can try to stop it somehow with all our efforts as individuals and as collectivities, as governments, as activists, as entrepreneurs. Last but not the least, resource scarcity, which is pretty apparent, especially in a few value chains, and population growth. We have now reached the 8 billion people in our planet. So this is another key element. So these mega trends are in front of us, and it's the overall external setting where local economic development fit. But within these mega trends, I really believe that the harmonious and sustainable development of a local society, whatever it is, it doesn't happen by chance. It can only happen when it is strongly pursued by actors and stakeholders of a local society in itself. And it is especially in critical times like the ones that we are living today, that we have this opportunity to reflect, globally reflect as we are doing today, to search for new ideas and instruments to correct the development path and to pursue towards harmonious and sustainable development across the world and at a local level, which is especially important for us today. So by keeping into account these 3 premises, so as I said, the pandemic and its impact, the mega trends that are around us, that are in front of us, but also the opportunity that we have. So these premises are valid for all the speech, for all the talk that we're having this afternoon. Let me start with by sharing my local economic development understanding. Surely this was part of also of the previous speech, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but just to say what I would like to mention, that LED is truly a participatory development process. This is a crucial point for any definition, for any understanding of a local economic development. It provides a map for all the different stakeholders, private, public stakeholders in a defined territory, a roadmap towards a joint design and implementation of a common development strategy. LAD relies and make use of human, financial, physical, and natural resources of a locality, but also of some external actors that are active within a specific place. It can take advantages of competitive advantages. And the final objective of LAD today is creating, in my understanding, creating a resilient and sustainable locality with decent jobs by stimulating the economic activity. So what is LAD about? It is surely primarily about stimulating the economic activity and investments. So we should keep our main attention to this, but it's also about creating decent jobs. It is about the equity and equality of economic growth. I'm going to take this point further in a few minutes. And it's about resilience and sustainability. Another crucial point, which is surely already in all your work, so I'm not saying anything new so far, LAD involves some primary actors that are the private sector, both formal and informal in economy, the local governments, CSOs, all the area of non-state actors, universities and research centers are fundamental, and these are mainly on the left side, mainly the local actors, but also other national and supranational actors that are fundamental for local economic development, are central government agencies and their local branches, are other governmental institutions, are other developmental partners, as well as international and regional private sector organizations. There are some pros about LAD. First, it really embeds the economic activity and decision-making in the locality. LAD is more able to foster specialization and innovation in a place, to generate local dialogue, to empower local community. And this enhances also the sense of transparency and accountability between governments, local governments, and the citizens. On the other side, we should be all aware, and you are all aware because you work on it, much more than me, probably, that it's time-consuming. It requires lots of human efforts, first of all, because it's participatory. And so this is really a time-consuming process. It requires a strong commitment to collaborate by all the actors that I mentioned before. It is dependent on the local capacities. And for this reason, there is so much attention on capacity building, besides all the issues of resources, obviously. And LAD can also deepen spatial inequality within a country, because definitely there are some territories in a country that are more prone, are more ready and able to promote local economic development than others. So by a national perspective, we should be aware that once you develop a LAD enabling environment, you should also consider that this can deepen spatial inequality within a country. So again, if we combine the premise with what I said here about the LAD definition, I really think that local economic development is a central pillar of the recovery strategies after the pandemic. It's fundamental to solve the dramatic economic and social problems that have derived by the collapse of the global activity, by the extraordinary levels of unemployment. And so today, there is a decisive turning point, and for this reason, I'm very happy also to be here with you. It's decisive that together we foster the connection between local economic development and sustainability. Also because, as I said before, the quality of growth matters. So we should be aware, once we're promoting economic growth at national level, but even more at local level, that growth, this is taken by UNDP, those growth can be jobless. So it could be growth with unemployment. It can be ruthless, where only rich people benefit. It can be voiceless, when actually it's not accompanied by social empowerment and civil engagement. It can be ruthless with a loss of identity and culture. It can be futureless, when it's a waste of resources for future generations. It can be peaceless growth, what it determines an increase in conflicts. And as we have experienced in the past few years, it can be also headless growth, when it undermines public health. So the quality of growth matters, and the quality, and it matters when we are setting our local economic development vision. For this reason, I like a few sentences that I want to share with you. Local economic development is achieved only when growth in the economic activities is sustainable. So it's a matter of economic sustainability. When it is equitably distributed, So it's a matter of social sustainability, and also while sustaining a locality's natural resources and environment. So I think this is also a matter, obviously, of environmental sustainability. A couple of definitions that I put in front of you. I'm not going to read both of them, but I like both this definition by Pike et al. Back in 2006, and these are the definition by Amin back in 1998. So although there could be somehow whole definitions, I like the point that both they refer to LAD in the terms of establishing conditions and institutions to foster the development and to realize the potential in the people, in the communities, and in the places. So I think both definitions they together point to this idea that is participatory, is bottom-up, and is really a people-centered and a place-based perspective. Why LAD it's so important? It's clear to all of us that at the local level, the interaction that there is between authorities, institutions, citizens, and society is most immediate and stronger. I can feel it both as a citizen, as an activist, but also I can feel it when I'm collaborating with government authorities. It's really the interaction is immediate. So this relationship between economy, institution, and society is closer. And for this reason, LAD really leverages on the idea that the territory is an active protagonist of development in our contemporary economies. But as I said before, what we should pay attention to is that the integrated and divisible concept of sustainable human development. Let me go quickly to this point. I really think that local economic development should pay attention at an equal base, let me stress at an equal base, to the 4 pillars of sustainable human development. The 4 pillars are equity, participation, sustainability, and productivity. Let me start by on the right side. So productivity is clear. I mean, we're talking about local economic development. So LAD should pay attention to pursuing an efficient use of local resources within production system and to increase the productivity. So I think that's clear to all of us. But at an equal base, LAD should pay attention to equity. So I'm on the left side in terms of political, economic, social, and cultural opportunities, as well as distribution and cohesion. Should pay attention to participation. So the capacity, the opportunity for individuals and communities to be active as collective agents of change, and should pay attention to environmental sustainability, so concerning the equal intergenerational opportunities in environmental, social, and economic terms. So I think this is quite an important change that we have experienced in the past few years. Local economic development, it is about economic development, it is about productivity, but it's also at an equal base about equity, participation, and sustainability. So to recap, and then I'll stop on LAD vision. Local economic development, I conceive it as a process of creating conditions and institutions that can enable the realization of the potential that is in the places and in individuals in the communities to expand their own opportunities in an integrated and sustainable manner by paying attention to sustainability and by leveraging on public deliberation, open debate, participation, and active involvement. This is quite strongly connected with the booming debate on SDG localization, which is quite straightforward and easy to get. I mean, all of us are aware about the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. And I think as we are here, we are all aware about the importance of making the agenda real, effective, and operational, not only at a national level, but also and especially at the local level. If we take these 17 SDGs, it has been highlighted that 65% of the targets of the SDGs need and can only be achieved with a strong role of local and regional governments. For this reason, it's fundamental to understand that the SDGs are universal, but there are crucial local features and distinctiveness in the different countries. It's clear there is wide evidence on subnational disparities, so we cannot take the SDGs only at national level, because within countries there are pretty strong differences. And for this reason, localizing the 2030 agenda requires a people-centered and a place-based perspective, as I said before. So SDG localization means, in a few words, taking into account the subnational context from the setting of the goals and the targets to define, implement, and monitor sustainable development strategies at local level. So localizations relates both to how local and regional governments can support the achievement of the SDG through action from the bottom up, but also how the SDGs can provide a framework for local development policy. And I think this is especially important because it provides a common language, a common framework. We are not forced at all to stick to it, but it provides a common understanding for all of us that we can internalize, we can take, we can adapt. We must adapt to our places, but it allows a stronger learning environment also among different places around the world. SDG localizations have, I just want to highlight a few elements of a roadmap on SDG localization, awareness raising, advocacy, implementation, and monitoring. So on awareness raising, it's clear that all actors of a specific society should be aware about the importance of sustainable development in their own places. This requires to increase the awareness of the governments, but especially of the citizens and the local communities, in order to promote a sense of ownership and participation in the achievement of the SDGs. So it's a first step. The second step is also on the advocacy by the local level towards the national level. So SDG national development strategies should pay attention, should reflect and respond to local circumstances, needs, and priorities. And some national governments can be able, should be proactive to really allow a stronger linkage between national policies, national development strategies for sustainable development, and the local strategies. Let me mention a few examples in a minute. Obviously, SDG localization as part of a roadmap is centered on the implementation. So to implement SDGs at local level, we need a few steps: conduct a need assessment, engage in cooperative governance, I'm on the right side, align local and regional plans with SDGs, mobilize local and national resources, build capacities, promote ownership, and participate in development cooperation and peer-to-peer learning, as we are doing today. And last but not the least, as part of our roadmap for SDG localization, we need to pay attention to monitoring. Monitoring means developing a set of localized indicators for sustainable development, gathering information by local and regional governments, and use this also in the national monitoring and reporting, and enabling the participation of local and regional governments also in the review of national plans. Let me mention about these a few examples. On SDG localization, there has been a moving movement on voluntary local reviews. Voluntary local reviews are how can I say, are processes to understand and to analyze the performance of a territory, let's say a city, let's say a district, let's say a province or a region, on the SDGs. They are voluntary processes to understand, to review the performances of the SDGs. And by being voluntary, they are very strong because once a local government with its citizens decides to commit to a voluntary local review, it's really because there is a feeling of the need to understand how we are performing on the SDGs. First VLRs appeared in New York, in a few Japanese cities, in Spain. There has been a booming movement. I can share with you a lot of links. This movement have been moving, especially in Europe, but also in the Asian setting. There are a few VLRs. I'm going to share you with a link to the main list of voluntary local reviews around the world. And I think it's really important because if you take, for instance, the VLR by Helsinki in Finland, but same as you take the VLR by Florence in Italy, you can understand that they do not only provide a measurement of the SDGs at local level, they also give the voice to the citizens, to the actors, to discuss on the SDGs in their own territories. And this serves as a base for priority setting in local development strategies and in local economic development strategy to understand how to pursue economic development, but pay attention also to the SDGs. Nowadays, there is a second generation of voluntary local reviews that is voluntary local reviews for city development strategies. So there is really a bridge between analyzing the performance of the SDGs towards taking the analysis and the evidence for the definition, the design of city development strategies on the different goals. And I think that's fundamental as a tool to keep together the idea that we need to promote the economic development in our societies, but by basing our design of the strategies on evidence in a sustainable development perspective. Third point, so we're getting closer to the break for Q&A. Third point, this is taken from a work that we have conducted with Oxfam. We really think that when we want to foster local economic development, we should all be aware that we need, and you can see in the bottom of the figure, we need two components. One is not enough. We need effective local authorities, which is most part of your own work, but we also need active citizens. I think both components are fundamental. We cannot just rely on effective local authorities if the citizens are sleepy, they're not active, they're not committed to local economic development, they're not committed to sustainability. And as well as on the other side, we cannot just rely on strong, active citizens without having effective local authorities. It is by the brokering of the two that you can really have some joint governance action for local economic development and fight against multidimensional poverty, inequality, climate change, and etc. So effective local authorities, we mean local authorities that are able to actively manage local development processes and play a crucial role, that are able to engage in a dialogue with the national governments based on clearly expressed needs and priorities by the citizens, and that can have a real impact on the communities, but also influencing by interacting with the national and global governance structures. Active citizens on our side, they're critical for achieving a real and tangible improvements, because when women, men, youth express their own voices, when their voice is heard, they can really shape and foster a change in the societies without being passive, but by being proactive and active citizens, active protagonists of the changes. So, as I said, both are, let me go back here, both elements, both actors are fundamental for achieving change, so to foster a real change in the fight against multidimensional poverty, inequality, and in the adaptation to climate change. I have a few examples also if you want on this. Then LED, it's really grounded on a few principles. Let me go on this second slide because I don't want to take too much of your time on the main conceptual part, but I think it's important to clarify this point. LED involves multi-level processes with an horizontal and vertical dimension. Vertical, I mean that LED should always pay attention to the interaction and linkages between local, national, and international organizations, development processes, resources, knowledge, and etc. So the vertical integration is really grounded on the idea that no place is isolated today, and it's part of a vertical integration, vertical interaction with other settings, with other actors and governance levels at a higher level. But LAD also involves an horizontal integration. Horizontal, as we said at the beginning, in two senses. We need the interaction in a local place between the public, the private, the civil society, and the academia. This is fundamental. I'm going to show you an example right now, taken from a nearby region here in Italy, but also horizontal in the sense that local economic development involves attention to industrial policy, so on the manufacturing sector, involves attention to innovation policy, involves attention to trade policy, to education policy. So all these different areas of policies, all these policy domains, better say, they are not separated. They are part of a local economic development strategy. So there are two main principles that I think we should really have in mind: wall of government and wall of society. Wall of government in the sense, as I said, that LAD relies on the interaction between the local and national governments, but also relies on interaction of different departments of a local government, different departments, different sectors, different policy domains. And wall of society, as I said before, because LAD relies undeniably on the involvement of all the societal actors in a specific place. Let me share with you very quickly a concrete example. Otherwise, I run the risk of bothering you too much with the main conceptual part. So it's on here, and I'm going to show you the screen again in a second. So here I'm based in Florence, in Italy, by the way, so in Tuscany region, and you are most welcome to save my contacts and come here to visit us. The nearby region is Emilia-Romagna region, which is a very strong manufacturing region in Italy. A few years ago, they have designed this local economic development strategy, which is called, as you can see, Pact for Work and Climate. So let me stress why I want to share with you this, because this strategy, I think it's a concrete example. It's in English, by the way, so I can share with you the link and you can have a look at it yourself. It's a real example of what I said before. Wall of society. You can see that the signatories of these strategies are all the different actors, both the city councils, the town councils of the different municipalities and the provinces, as you can see in this list. But there are also the different entrepreneurial associations of farmers, of small and medium enterprises, of agricultural producers. There are the trade unions, as you can see, workers' unions, General Confederation of Labor. There are all the different universities. There is the Third Sector Forum. There is the National Union of Mountain Municipalities. So when I said wall of society, I mean that this LAD strategy was really designed and signed to show the commitment by the whole society. Second, this is not a LAD strategy that focuses only on one policy domain or only on economic development. It is a pact for work and environment. So the ambition of this strategy, and you can quickly understand it by having a look at the strategic objectives and the cross-sectoral processes. It embeds a whole of government approach in the sense that the strategic objectives concerns knowledge and know-how. So they refer a lot to research and innovation policy. They concern environmental transition. So they refer a lot to environmental policy, energy policy. It concerns rights and duties. So all the area of social inclusion and social protection, but it is an LED strategy. So it concerns a lot the creation of work, the stimulation of economic opportunities, the animation of economic setting, and the enhancement of local enterprises. But also, in terms of cross-sectoral processes, pay attention to digitalization, simplification, legality, which is an issue in Italy, you know, and participation. So this is something that I can recall later on, but when I mentioned, and I go back to the main slides, when I mentioned these two approaches, so the whole of government approach and the whole of society approach, I was mentioning something that is reflected, for instance, in this example from Emilia-Romagna region. This is another very simple diagram by Karagiannis et al. It takes the principle of the triple helix, so the interaction between industry, government, and academia, which is now a quadruple helix because interaction is also set in the civil society, towards a fifth helix, the quintuple helix, where you also pay attention that these interactions to foster local economic development are set in a specific natural environment that we should keep into account for any reflection. So before we stop for comments and discussion, hopefully, I want to stress again this central point. So LED requires a very strong national and local enabling environment. The main clarification is this one. So talking about local economic development does not imply at all that we are lessening the fundamental role of national governance, nor we are looking at local communities as self-sufficient or isolated. It's rather the opposite. So if we're talking about local economic development, we are stressing, and we must stress and build on the complementarities, as I said before, in a multi-level governance perspective, because local economic development crucially depends on policies, norms, coordination rules at the national and international levels. So the role of national level actors is not downgraded at all when we are referring to LED, rather the opposite, as I said, it's even reinforced because we need sound macroeconomic policies, we need effective decentralization, we need coherent institutional and regulatory frameworks, we need an harmonized provision in terms of quality and accessibility of basic social services across the countries. So a national LED framework has some crucial elements. It coordinates the action of LED relevant national ministries and agencies. It supports national level institutional arrangements. It links LED promotion processes in localities to a national strategy. It identifies sources for increasing public financing to LED promotion. It defines also a separation and complementarity of tasks between national governments and local governments. I'm going to recall this point in a minute. And so on and so forth. This is probably one of the most important elements of discussion, which is really in a real world setting is felt in any country, in any place. Decentralization and local economic development are intrinsically linked because it is about local autonomy, local capacity, local resources, and the relationship between local governments, private sector, communities is fundamental. So there is a lot that we could debate about decentralization, and there is surely a lot that is ongoing in a country like yours. But this is a central element of the discussion about an enabling environment for local economic development is set on a particular degree of decentralization in terms of autonomy, capacity, and local resources. The reality in many countries, so I'm not referring to any specific country, and I will already be very interested and very curious to know about the situation in Indonesia. The reality is that national economic development vision is often absent general. I know that this training is really part of developing or updating the national development strategy. So I'm very happy because your experience is not in this slide, probably because you are working on a national economic development vision, a national sustainable development vision that includes LED. But most often around the world, the sectors set their own development vision in that independently, so not as part of a locality. Most often there is a lack of clarity in the distribution of mandates between ministries, between the different levels of governance, and limited devolution. So on and so forth. There are some other few gaps in the reality about this enabling environment. So even in the cases where, second point, where LED institutions exist, they may lack the tools, capacities, and resources, or often all economic development are done without a comprehensive understanding of the target local economy. So I think we have set quite a few interesting principles, but we should be aware that the reality in many places, in many countries, is quite different. And this is, again, a window of opportunity for all of us to push towards a stronger promotion of local economic development across the world. So let me stop here for a minute. Better I interrupt the screen sharing. And I can see there is a question by Donny, but I will probably need a translation in English or a comment, whatever it is. So feel free to raise any question, to share also your own experiences before that we go more in depth on a few examples. Thank you. Yes, Peter.
Yeah, Andrea, just a question. If you, and I won't speak for BAPNAS, hopefully, the National Planning Ministry representatives here will comment, but they're charged with developing a 20-year kind of master plan, 2024 to 2045, and within that 5-year plans. So there's a tendency to look across Indonesia and say, okay, we are going to reinforce sectors. We're going to reinforce fishery in this locale, agriculture in this, tourism in this. There's, for example, 10 new tourist destinations that have been identified. So I guess the question is, how do you reconcile the need or the tendency to be maybe directive or prescriptive and say, this is what's going to happen here, with the participatory nature of local economic development? Because perhaps the national government can't sit back and say, we'll give it 5 years and see what this particular island in Indonesia wants to do. We're going to try and reinforce what we see is already happening there. So how do you balance the two? I wonder if a local economic development is sometimes a luxury for national government.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. I can see there is another question by Gregory, so let's collect a few questions together. And nice to meet you, Gregory.
Nice to meet you as well. I don't know if you'll be joining for the sessions tomorrow, but I'll be speaking tomorrow. And part of my focus is going to be on specific mechanisms that may be useful for identifying what the issues are and potential inputs from the private sector in order to address the issues. And I noticed, you referred to Emilia-Romagna area, which is known as a place where a lot of work on clusters has been undertaken over the years, very successfully with clusters of SMEs. And I think even more recently, I think there's been something which I've just come across called a network contract approach to try to create a legal framework for SMEs to work together. And I'm just wondering, from your direct observation in Italy, what are your thoughts on those sorts of tools, and also on public-private dialogue as a way to enable the voice of SMEs to be able to indicate, what challenges they're facing so that there's good feedback into the government policy making, because SMEs are often invisible, they're hard to find, they tend not to be part of industry associations, so it's harder to get their input. So I'm wondering, how that relates to local economic development from your perspective, those sorts of tools that can be applied, clusters, public-private dialogue, etc.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gregory. Very interesting. And any other comment or question? Or I don't know if there is a way for me to understand the comment that was in the chat. Okay, there is a question by Sifa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Andrea. I just have one question. Could you elaborate more in your slides? There is a statement that LED vision can deepen spatial inequality. In our medium plan, one of our strategy to reduce regional disparities is through LED. So it's a little bit confusing for me. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Okay, there's a three interesting points. So thanks to Sifa, Gregory, and Peter for having raised these issues, and obviously for all the others. I mean, let's take a time for this kind of discussion. Let me start by last point raised by Sifa, because I think it's very important. So I don't want to confuse anyone, but surely local economic development promotion by the national government, it is a strategy to reduce spatial inequality. So it is a way to allow local governments, local communities to better create the conditions to design local development strategies, to promote, to implement local development strategies, and then so this way to achieve a higher level of development for their own local communities. Nevertheless, we should be aware of that some places within any country, some places have stronger capacities than others. Some places have higher resources, I mean financial resources than others. Some places may have more natural resources. They can have a higher level of educated people and etc. So for this reason, if we don't pay attention to the baseline in terms of differences that are evident among places, an LED promotion could give better opportunities to stronger places and not to allow the weaker places to reach a higher level. This could reinforce spatial inequality. So once we are setting an LED promotion environment, an LED promotion strategy by the national level, we should also take into account, and I'm going to talk about experiences in Europe, for instance, we should also take into account that a special attention should be placed to those areas of a country that have at the beginning less resources, less capacities, and so should be accompanied and supported more than others to reach a higher level. This is evident, for instance, in Southern Europe. This is evident in Italy, which is really a country which is split in two parts, the north and the south. This is evident, especially in the past, in places like Spain, but this is evident for also in England, where there is a very big difference between the core of the country, London, some of the industrial part of the country that are still somehow resisting, although the big changes, and some of the very marginal areas of the countries. So if you think about a LED promotion strategy from the national level, and then you apply it in a similar way to any place of England or any place of Italy, you are going to find yourself with even a stronger or higher level of development in Milan, in Italy, in Bologna, which is part of Emilia-Romagna region, in Florence, but you may run the risk of having still low performances in Sicily, in the south, in Campania, in the south, and the same could happen in England when it's the opposite. So you can reinforce LED in London and in some few other strong places, but leave some places behind. I think this is a strong message. LED, it's a way to allow all places to develop, but we should pay attention, we should be aware of avoiding the risk to leave some places behind because they have less capacities and less resources. So again, once we develop a LED strategy from the national government, we should pay specific attention also to those places that start from a lower level of capacities, of resources, and etc. Let me go to the second point that was raised by Gregory. On the involvement of the private sectors and experience in Italy concerning, for instance, clusters, contract networks, and the public-private dialogue. So what we are experiencing here in the country, surely the role of entrepreneurial associations is fundamental in the dialogue between the private and the public. You have said that many SMEs do not belong or are not members of any entrepreneurial associations. In Italy, it is quite common to be part of an entrepreneurial association, both for artisans, so the micro and small enterprises, because the entrepreneurial association are quite strong. It is evident in the trade sector. But obviously, the most powerful entrepreneurial association is the one of the industrial sector, so the big manufacturing companies. But their voice is heard at the national level, and at the local level, it's very strongly heard. So the dialogue between the public and the private in terms of entrepreneurial association, it's very effective. I'm not saying then that their voice is always it's heard, but it's not fully reflected in the policies, obviously. What I see as a gap, as you mentioned, Gregory, that the voice of those firms that do not belong to any entrepreneurial association is much more difficult to be included. For this reason, surely, I think there are two ways. On the one side, and I think it's also part of your talk tomorrow, starting with specific local economic assessment and dedicating time to conduct research and surveys on firms, even when they do not belong to any entrepreneurial association, is fundamental to get their voices heard, to get their point of view. But also, in a few places, we can also rely on important data that are provided by the chambers of commerce or by the national statistical agencies or institutes, because this data can provide information to a set of firms. The clusters, well, the clusters are part of surely are part of the national historical path of development in Italy. What I would like to highlight, and I think it could be interesting to our colleagues in Indonesia, is that clusters in a place are really based on and relying on two elements. First, the trust among different firms in the same or in correlated sectors and value chains. So despite firms in a place can compete, obviously, this competition can also lead to enhance the quality. And this is fundamental because in clusters, when local firms are competing among themselves, they're not competing to lower cost, to lower the quality of the products, but they compete towards an higher level, towards an upgrading. On the other side, clusters allow a stronger collaboration among these firms. For instance, to have better condition to reach providers, resource providers from outside the clusters or outside the localities, to join efforts together in raising their voice to the local and to the national governments to market together, so to have a sort of territorial branding. So this sense of both competition towards quality and collaboration, joint efforts among the firms in a cluster is not something that you can build by scratch, but it's surely something that could be nurtured somehow by putting together the firms, by discussing what are their similarities, by discussing what are the linkages that they can exploit together to save money, because for firms the first point is also to save money, to have more stronger market opportunities, but this in a sense of quality and sustainability. And then I go to the first question, which was raised by Peter. Well, I agree that LAD promotion is somehow a luxury from a national government. It's a luxury, it's time consuming, it's much more complicated effort as compared to have a top-down strategy which is imposed anywhere in a country. And for this reason, I think we should really recognize and appreciate the valuable efforts of many governments around the world, including the government of Indonesia, to pay attention, to really devote efforts and time to promote local development, local economic development, by reconciling that a national strategy is necessary because we as citizens belong to a specific country and we share some cultural traits in a country. We share some competitive advantages in a country. So it's necessary that from a national government, we have the identification of a vision with the identification of the future of the country that we want to have, because we are not isolated places within a setting. But this must be reconciled with the opportunity for communities, for local communities to identify what are their own potentials for development. So when we develop a LAD strategy from the national government, I really think that the main initial part is to go in the different places, raise the voice of different communities to identify their main sectors, their main opportunities, the main threats that they are facing, and then to put them together. And let me also add something about the sectors. In all strategies, there is the identification of priority sectors. This is fundamental. I fully agree with this. But all sectors, again, sectors are not isolated. I mean, when tourism is a priority sector, and surely it is in Italy, but surely it is also in Indonesia and in many countries, tourism is not isolated by the education sector, so by the education policy, but the agricultural sector, because tourism really relies also on the gastronomic experience, on the food experiences, of the cultural experiences of a place. Tourism is not isolated by the innovation policy, because tourism today is also a digital experience. Tourism today also relies on digital platforms. So I think that the identification of priority sectors should be followed by linking every priority sector to all the other sectors that contributed to its development, and so on and so forth. So the example of the tourism sector, I think, is very illustrative of understanding that they are not separated and not isolated, but any sector is related with other correlated sectors in a place and in a country. Any other comment by the audience, question, critiques, request for clarification, or whatever? Otherwise, I can continue. And also, I know the time is good. It's quite late for you guys in Indonesia. It's quite often a long commuting from back home, so can fully understand that we need to go toward the closure by 5 or 5:15 in Jakarta time. Okay, let me try to go. Let me share the screen again. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Now it's starting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, here we are. Sorry. So probably better if we go to this way. I think you can read it better. Okay, so examples. Let me share with you. So we have three sets of examples. First one is about LED programs and social inclusion. So examples of policies, interventions, or areas of work that are usually able to link local economic development with social inclusion concern, for instance, the strengthening of agro industries, because the agricultural sector, again, it's a labor-intensive sector. Is a very strong sector in a lot of countries. But the opportunity to move from the agricultural sector to the agro-industrial sector, it can create more opportunity for work. Obviously, we're looking for decent jobs, decent work, but this is one of the areas that most often has been promoted in terms of local economic development and social inclusion. For instance, relying very often on upgrading of cooperatives and better linkages between cooperatives in countries and also industrial companies in a specific place. LED programs and social inclusion very often relies on value chain development. So as I say, by the identification of specific value chain that is strongly embedded in a local economy, but with also extra local linkages. Third, LED programs and social inclusion most often work on try to create opportunities for young people and entrepreneurship development. So all the areas of support to SMEs creation, startups for young people through incubators, through support at the university level, and also in the early exit from university or from the school, from education experiences, to set own enterprises. And this is in terms of capacity building, this is in terms of credit access, this is in terms of other support for facilities. Clusters, as was mentioned by Gregory before, are usually LED programs that create a strong sense of social inclusion. And then, as it was discussed before, gender and women's empowerment is a central pillar of the connection between LED programs and social inclusion. Second, when we are strongly paying attention to economic competitiveness within LED, most of the programs focuses on investment and technology promotion. Technology promotion, it means today allowing a strong linkages between our own universities that are in charge of research with also the SMEs in their setting. Let me stress this point because I'm part of the university system in Italy, and I have a lot of colleagues that work in the university around the world. It is true that our first mission as university is teaching. It is true that our second mission as university is researching, but I think that our third mission is even more important today. So the third mission in terms of contributing to the local economic development of our places. So when we are conducting research in terms of as university scholars, we need to conduct research that is relevant for our citizens in the places where we live, for our companies, SMEs in the places where we live, and we need to make this research accessible to them. Otherwise, we don't risk just of staying close in our offices, tell some few interesting stories among us, but do not contribute at all to our real mission, that is promoting a local economic development in our places. If we focus on the linkage between LED programs and environmental sustainability, obviously some of the central aspects that are clear to all of us today concern renewable and rural energy, energy efficiency, for instance, water management, and strong experiences in the way that a better and collective water management among firms in a place allows for cost saving for firms themselves, allows for also environmental sustainability of a scarce resource like water. And for each of these areas, there are very strong examples from all around the world, not only from developed countries. Most of the examples are from emerging countries. I'm going to provide you also with a few materials that could be relevant for you to get ideas on how to pursue this vision. But in my understanding, we should unpack the idea of the best practices. So it's very important that we learn from other experiences. It's very important that we learn, for instance, I can mention the case of in Ethiopia about this first point, strengthening agro industries. There has been a strong investment in the production of durum wheat because in Ethiopia, the consumption of pasta by the middle class is increasing. But basically, I mean, pasta was produced in Ethiopia by importing durum wheat by Ukraine, Australia, and so on and so forth, despite wheat is already produced in the country. So here, one of the strategy to foster social inclusion was to promote the production of durum wheat in Ethiopia by upgrading cooperatives or small holders, and by also linking them with the pasta producers, so the manufacturers in the country, so that they could find a quality durum wheat within the country, buy it, and give a better payment to farmers in the country instead of importing that from Ukraine or Australia, and in this way contribute to the creation of economic work opportunities in the country by strengthening the agro industry. Nevertheless, what I wanted to say is that it is full of good practices around the world, and it's very strong value about learning from the experiences of other places. But too often we are somehow in this paradox of looking for universal remedies, and the problem that do not come from the governments, it comes from economists in the universities. So I can blame on myself and my colleagues. So too often applied economists and policy advisors mistakes models and arguments that are valid only in specific places for universal remedies. So too often consultants are basically proposing the same solution to all the places around the world. I like this sentence by Danny Roderick from Harvard, when he says, we should give up on a holy grail that produces development at all places and time. What we really need is a diagnostic approach. So we should help, and we should help decision makers, we should help communities to choose the right model and remedies for the specific realities among many contenting models. So obviously, it's important that we learn by comparing, that we have a lot of good practices in our hands, that we have a lot of different theories and models in our hands. But what we mostly need is that we understand the specific situation, we understand the specific setting and context, and we combine the different models that we have, the different experiences that we had, with no imported blueprints, with no empirical purism, with no dogmatism, but rather by ensuring that what is proposed, what it is included in local development strategies, is what is mostly adaptable, mostly meaningful for a specific place. And for this reason, I think this is central in the LED promotion process. LED promotion process can be quickly, don't take it as a rigid structure. It is not, but it's a way just to stimulate the conversation among us. LED promotion process could be taken as composed by these different steps. First is something that we have mentioned before, prepare and implement a national LED framework, as we said. Second, to establish LED promotion structures, both at national and the local level. Third and fourth, I have underlined these points because it's where I want to focus most. Conduct a local economy assessment, it's fundamental. And fourth is developing a LED strategy with objectives, programs, projects, budgets, and timeframes. And then obviously the fifth and sixth is implementation of a LED strategy and the monitoring and evaluation of this LED strategy. So let me focus, as I said, on the third point. Why on the third point? Because by answering to the comment that we raised before, I think there is no way to promote local economic development if we don't start with the appraisal, the assessment of any specific local setting. How can we do that? How can you do that with your own colleagues, with all the actors in a specific place? Nothing new, nothing particularly original, but I think it's important to have the different points together and connected and linked together. So first, we should start from an objective description and historical analysis of a specific place, demographics, economic, social, administrative data that are available, but also understanding the root, the cultural root, the traditional root, the historical root of a specific place, which are still part of us as citizens of a place. Second, the main questions are in terms of resources and barriers. What are the main local resources for local economic development, and what are the main barriers for local economic development? C, the power. Who are the main local actors and stakeholders? What are their characteristics and also power relations? And what is the level of interaction between the actors in the public, private, and social sectors? So I really appreciate the point that were raised by Gregory before about, especially about the interaction between the public and the private sectors and the actors, sorry. So as I said, in terms of appraisal, let's start by understanding, by having a look at the data of a place, but also by understanding its historical development. Let's ask ourselves what are the main local resources, but also the main barriers that we are immediately feeling, and let's focus on the power analysis of the actors and stakeholders. This should be also complemented by understanding the local institutional structures. Local institutional structure, I mean both formally. So what are the formal norms, laws, and rules that are in place in a specific place, but also informal institutional structure? What are some cultural traits that are distinguishing a specific place? I can mention a few examples. I mean, in countries in the north of Europe, cultural traits are so prone to a strong trust between citizens and governments, and this is a resource that could be exploited in local economic development, because you can start by a generalized and diffuse feeling of trust between local governments and citizens in the north of Europe. This is not the same in the south of Europe, where there is really a gap now and a distance between citizens and governments. But on the other side, our cultural traits are really prone to foster participation and engagement. So the social activist is very, very strong. This is surely the case, for instance, of Spain, and Italy is part of Southern Europe. So it's easy to leverage on the third sector, on the activism of citizens. Hopefully this is something that we're not wasting too much to promote local economic development. So as I said, by understanding the local institutional structure means understanding what are the laws in place, the formal roles, the formal rules, but also what are the informal traits of a specific places. Knowledge, we know that we live in a knowledge economy at global level, so we should ask ourselves in any specific place, what are the sources of knowledge creation and the main channels of knowledge diffusion. Sources of knowledge creation could be the universities in a country and in a place, could be also the linkages that we have with different other countries, could be the linkages that firms have, that enterprises have across the world or across a specific place. Sources of knowledge creation could be also the connection among firms that put together time and efforts to have new ideas and to create new ideas. Sources of knowledge creation are schools, and especially the youth in the schools. And then F is a multi-level linkages. So we should ask ourselves also what are the main extra local actors that are affecting local economic development and how. But then obviously point G is the local economy. It's something that you're going to discuss later on during this training, obviously. But once we go on the local economy, we must carry out comprehensive mapping and assessment of the local economy in terms of its structure, what are the main primary sectors, clusters, and value chain in a place. So how many firms in different specific sectors, what have been their performances in the past few years, what are the main challenges and opportunities for growth. This means, for instance, sector assessment or value chain assessment, but also informal sector assessment. This is another point, Gregory, as you mentioned before. The difficulty most often, but it's fundamental, is to get the voice of the informal SMEs heard, because they are a fundamental part of our economies. A similar appraisal and assessment also should focus on the financial sector, the business regulations. So there is a lot that we should study at the beginning, and I know that it's time consuming, but it's really a strong base for local economic development that we should study to then identify what are the challenges, but especially what are the priorities and opportunities. And then last but not the least, by having all this together, we should ask ourselves and with our communities if there is a shared local vision of LAD within the society, if this vision is feasible or not, and what are the conditions for the realization of different opportunities. So again, let me recap. I know that most of you are already conducting this kind of appraisal and assessment in your own places. This, in my opinion, are some just of the main elements, but most of the work in terms of appraisal for local economic development is on point G, is about assessing the local economy in itself. Just my suggestion is not to forget that we need always also to understand the actors, the institutions, the source of knowledge creations, the role of extra local actors. Otherwise, if we focus only on the local economy, we may forget some of the most fundamental elements to promote local economic development in any place. And then I'll go, we still have around 20 minutes, and then I'll go on the local economic development strategy. Again, this is not new, I guess, to your own experiences, but let me recap what I have learned by working in different settings around the world. LAD strategies usually have a 3 to 5 year time span, and now LAD strategy do not focus only on 1 year, but they are implemented annually. So it's important that all this time dedicated to appraisal and assessment is devoted at time 0 to create a LAD strategy with a 3 or 5 years time span. But then this LAD strategy is implemented, it could be revised annually. Some of the main features of this LAD strategy, I think it really recalls what we have said before: program-based, multi-sector. On multi-sector, I want to stop for a minute. Multi-sector, what I have in mind is what I said before. LAD strategies obviously identify some priority sectors, but as I said before, we should not look at this priority sector as isolated from the other sectors. And also, we should look at this priority sector as be shaped and be influenced by several policy domains. So even if we take the leather sector or the textile sector as the main sector for local development strategy in a place, we should obviously pay attention to the industrial policy to foster manufacturing sector. But again, as I said before, even for the textile sector, innovation policy as a role, education policy as a role, trade policy as a fundamental role. If we focus on the leather sector, also there are all the sectors that are dealing with the provision of the leather in itself. So the linkages among the different sectors are very strong. Other features of LED strategy, it's clearly multi-actor, which is something that we said since the beginning, and it's clearly multi-action and integrated action. So again, we are not separating the different pillars of an LED strategy one from another, but we should, as much as possible, keep them together in an integrated perspective. The potential contributors to formulation and implementers of LED strategy are the same actors that we mentioned before. We are obviously starting from the local governments, but again, we're not isolated from the rest of the country. So ministries and the local branches and departments should be included in the formulation of LED strategy to make sure that we are aligned, public agencies and institutions, the private sector, as we mentioned before, both formal and informal organization, non-governmental organization institutions. Let me stress this point, because most often when we're talking about local economic development, we think that it is enough to involve the public and the private, because the general understanding is that NGOs work on social issues, so they should not be part of the debate on LED. I think we may all agree that it's not the case anymore. NGOs have a lot to say also about the economic development of a place, especially to make sure that the voice of the most marginal groups is heard, that the creation of decent jobs is promoted, that environmental sustainability is taken into account. So what are the main focuses of LED? It's clear to say that LED strategy focus on the spread or on the upgrading of economic sectors, clusters, and value chains of a place. They build on strengths and they address the weaknesses. LED strategies should have a fair spread between the urban and the rural areas. And this is another element of difficulties, because most of the actors, as we said in the megatrends, most of the economic and social actors are today set in the urban context. But if we're considering LED strategies for a wider territory, we should be able to listen to pay attention to include the voice of also the actors that are not in the core economic area of a place. So because they are most often service providers, they are resources providers to our core urban settings. So there is a lot that can come from the rural areas. And obviously LED strategies are focused on the best cost-benefit analysis projects, or the projects that have the highest benefits, but also the most realistic and supported project by the different local actors. Let me conclude with just a couple of slides of something that we have mentioned before, that you have probably understood is really part of my personal understanding of local economic development. So local economic development and its integration to social inclusion. It means ensuring a focus on social inclusion allows the LED strategy to capitalize on the skills and contribution of all groups, men, women, youth, people living with disabilities, all different ethnic, language, and faith groups. So it's not just a slogan, a claim to say that no one should be left behind. But when we are talking about LED today, we should ensure that nobody is excluded from the economic opportunities created by the development of the local economy. In concrete terms, once we are defining LED strategy, we should raise a few questions to us. Do the LED policies, programs, and services support equal access to productive resources for enterprise development? So it's good that we include in our LED strategy the idea that we foster startups or SMEs for local citizens. But then we should ask ourselves, or are these services accessible for all the different segments of our societies? Are especially accessible for women, for instance, is something that you have discussed before. Are there specific barriers that these groups face that should be addressed? Are, for instance, the skills training and business services accessible to all? So it's fundamental to have this social inclusion perspective really in concrete terms by raising a few questions when we are devising not only the objectives, but when we are devising the solutions to promote local economic development. And the same approach is about integrating environmental sustainability. It is critical to ensure that whatever actions are taken to reach LED goals and objectives do not deliver short-term gain at the cost of long-term progress by causing damage to the environment. So there are questions again, for instance, these are just a few examples that we should ask to ourselves. Does the proposed project risk to increasing the level of pollution? If so, how we can avoid it? Does the proposed project involve changes that will affect the ability of communities to use and protect natural resources? Does a proposed project include allows to better face climate change effects and improve our capacity to be resilient? Does the proposed project contribute to a transition towards circular economy and decarbonization of the energy sector? So there are again a lot of different questions. So we start from the priority identification, we identify objectives, we identify the solutions of the proposed projects, but then we must go back to some of the original questions and ask ourselves for any of the solutions that we have devised, if these solutions are having effect in terms of social inclusion and in terms of environmental sustainability. It's a sort of fact checking, it's a sort of a checklist that we can use once we are devising the different LED strategy, objectives, priorities, program, projects, and etc. Let me conclude so we can take another 10 or 15 minutes for discussion. My final remarks is this one. LED should be conceived both as a technical and a political intervention to redesign our future societies. I would like to stress that I said both technical and political intervention. So LED, it is not just a technical exercise where we conduct an assessment, we identify priorities and blah, blah, blah. It is also a political intervention which is led by local governments and this is enabled by the national governments. So the political vision that is behind LED is very important because it can go on the direction of redesigning future societies and transforming industry, the economy, and the world society. LED must be fundamentally tied to value-based societal vision, able to reconcile sustainability and development. So this is one of my main takeover, let's say. So I think it's quite spread all around the world now, the understanding that sustainability and development go hand in hand together. The more this is reflected in the values and in the societal vision from a national government and in local governments, the better it is, because it opens also many more opportunities for local economic development. And local economic development is central, as I said, in the recovery strategies that we are all facing around the world, and especially central if we consider that we are all looking for new responses, new solutions in the post-pandemic era. And I think that LED was important before, but it's even more important today in this new setting with the post-pandemic and the mega trends that we mentioned early in the beginning of the speech. So thanks for the attention, and let's take some time for other questions as we've done before. And I'm very keen to listen also to any of your own personal experiences on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Are there questions on the pertanyaan?
Peter, this is me, Raudo.
Rudo.
If you don't mind.
Hi, Rudo. Nice to meet you.
Our partner from Bapanas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrea, Mr. Peter, and Mr. Gregory. I think I really enjoy what you deliver and present since in the afternoon. And then I think it will be give insight also to us, yeah, especially to our directorate in Bapanas. I have two simple questions. The first one is I agree with you related to local economic development, Pak Andreas. And you said there is no one model fits to all. So you have to be able to adjust. I think with the locality, with the uniqueness of each region, of each sector. So what do you think related the practice on your country related to this one? What kind of the specific maybe we can learn from this best practice, the specific sample that is you can show to us the specific intervention that consider about the uniqueness or the spatial. You said that you have to be able to respond to the particular damage, particular risk. So maybe you can give the best sample. And the second one is maybe related to Pak Gregory and maybe Pak Peter also. So in the beginning of our presentation, we have like the global mega trend that we identify that possibly happen maybe in the next 20 years. The next 20 years. So what do you think it will affect particularly how the local economic development will be applied in each country? And maybe you could give suggestion if you have to the situation or condition in Indonesia. The global mega trend, for instance, like climate change, the urbanization, the global demographic, the technology, the competition of natural resources, like we present in the morning, if you see. So how can it's possible to affect how each country will apply the local economic development, especially, for instance, one challenging or one the mega trend related to technology. So if you can give the suggestion about what is best possible recommendation for our country Indonesia based on the best practice in your country or maybe in OECD country. Thank you very much, Pak Peter, Pak Andreas, Mr. Andreas, and Mr. Gregory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rudo. Any other comment or question before that we go to reply to these two very important questions? Okay, Rudo, so thanks for, I'm very glad that we are fully aligned on the idea that there is no solution, no one model that fits to all. But I would like, as you said, as you asked, I would like to share with you a relevant example, I think, that comes from our country, as you have specifically asked about it. A few years ago, the national government And I think this example is relevant also because in this audience, there is a combination of people from national and local governments. Yeah, a few years ago, the national government in Italy has set the national strategy for inner areas. So inner areas are all those very marginal, very rural and remote areas of the country, up in the mountains or very far. So inner areas are defined in terms of distance from the core places where education, health services are provided. So they have, first of all, from the national government, they have mapped the whole country by identifying where are the inner areas. And there is a long list of different data, criteria, and the map that you can see where you have the different areas of the countries that are colored. Then inner areas have been grouped together, and a number of pilot areas have been selected by the national governments according to the different criteria in dialogue with the regional governments. So already they moved from the national to the interaction with the regional governments to identify 21 pilot areas in the countries. Then what happened? All these 21 pilot areas have been asked by the governments, by the national governments, to devise their own local economic development strategy by paying attention to 4 elements. First, the education sector. So what should be done in these specific areas in terms of education opportunities to avoid that the youth abandon this area to look for better schools, better training. Second, health services. What should be done in these areas to avoid that citizens abandon inner and remote areas because they do not find health services there. Third, mobility. What should be done in these areas to allow for mobility, to avoid that the time to commute, the time to move is so long, so high that then people prefer to move to the core cities. And last but not the least, obviously, local economic development in these areas. So what should be done to enhance the economic development and the creation of job opportunities in these places? So 21 pilot areas, we're talking about remote areas in the country, asked by the government to create their own LED strategies. The government have provided funds, first of all, to foster this process. So this process of designing local economic development strategies was funded by the national government. It was not only funded by the national government, it was also supported by the national government by creating a technical assistance team that from the outside, so from the central government, were visiting all the different places and facilitating the participatory process. The idea there was that the main ideas, the main knowledge, the main capacities come from the local community, but you need an external facilitator, someone that is more impartial also, that is able to facilitate the discussion and the design of the local economic development strategy. Interesting enough, there was not a specific time frame, so there was not hurry at all. So this area were given a lot of time, probably too much, to design their own strategy. So some places devoted 1 year to design their own local economic development strategies. Some other places devoted 5 years, which is definitely too long, because if you take 5 years to elaborate a strategy, then you need 5 years to implement a strategy. The world has already changed a lot. But again, the national government recognized that the process is time consuming. So there was not a hurry to say, okay, in 1 month, we need an LED strategy. It was okay, take your time. These are the funds to facilitate the LED design process. And once you have a local economic development strategy that is formally approved by the local authorities and by all the societal actors, as I showed you before, similar to Emilia-Romagna region, then we're going to leverage national and local funds to support the different actions that are included in these strategies. This was piloted into 21 areas in the country, so basically one for each region, and then it was scaled up and extended to another number of local areas, of inner areas around the country with the same model. So first, design a validity strategy with time enough to do that, with funds enough to do that, with technical assistance to do that. And second, once the strategy is approved, formal agreement with the National Ministry of Education for education policy, of health for health policy, of economic development for economic development policy, and of infrastructure and mobility for the mobility policy. So formal agreements, funds, both from national governments and local governments, and implementation of the strategies. If you ask me, is this working well? Not fully. Here again, what we are having is different speeds. So some areas are going very well. So they have elaborated a fully comprehensive LED strategy. They are in the process of implementing. The strong commitment by the local societal actors is working pretty well. In some other places, the process is slow. It has been stuck due to political reasons, due to local resistances, and etc. But I think this is an example not of a model, as you say, Rudolf, but as a way to combine the different elements that we mentioned before. In this specific example, I was referring to inner areas, so most marginal areas of a country, but a similar approach could be used in other parts of the countries. For the second question, I leave mainly to Peter and Gregory, as I think the question was addressed to you. Otherwise, I can also attempt to provide a few inputs, although my knowledge of Indonesia is still pretty limited.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I fully agree that as part of the mega trends that we are facing, as we said at the beginning, we are facing, as a global setting, digitalization is a very relevant mega trend. It's a trend that really presents lots of different opportunities, a few challenges, obviously, but a lot of different opportunities. And I think the main opportunity that we have in front of us, especially in a country like yours, probably, is that digitalization is in the hands of the youth. And it's a great opportunity because the youth population is the one that was born or already in a digitalized world. They are much more able than me, surely. They are able to rely on digital tools, not only for their social relations, which is a fundamental part of their life, of our life, but also for the economic opportunities. So I think, for instance, that by leveraging on the ideas, on the capacities of the youth have to use the digital world for marketing purposes, for instance, for selling purposes, for instance, if we are focusing on economic perspectives, but also for communication purposes, I really think that there is a lot that we can learn and exploit. How can we do that? I mean, I would love a world where every company, every SMEs, a middle company, big company, there are young people that are really the one in charge of devising new digital solutions because it is part of their life, because it's part of the way they were born and they were growing in the society. But I will really leverage on the connection between youth and digitalization in the enterprises to better exploit the search for market opportunities, the search for new organizational improvements and new production improvements in the companies due to their habits, I mean, due to their capacity to use the digital tools. But this is just, I mean, out of the blue and an open discussion of digitalization as a mega trend.
Well, Andrea, thank you. Greg, did you want to add anything to that? Or are you saving it for tomorrow?
Well, most of the content I think I'll save for tomorrow for the presentation, but one thing came to mind in the question, which related to, what mega trend do I think Indonesia has to prepare for the most? And in my own view, it's volatility. The world is entering a period of volatility from a number of different directions. And there was a Harvard Business Review article a few years ago that plotted different industries against two axes. And one axis was the volatility of markets, and the other axis was the volatility of technology. And all of the industries that Indonesia had established a good presence in were the industries with relatively low volatility of markets and relatively low volatility of technology. And that lended itself to investments that were kind of rigid and fixed in duration and not very flexible, but because they didn't have to be. All of the industries that Indonesia wants to move into, the higher value added ones, have higher volatility of markets and higher volatility of technology. But the investment regime and the rules and regulations set by the national government are perhaps too rigid or not flexible enough to attract the right kind of investment to be responsive to markets and technologies that have a high degree of volatility. So I think that's something that Bappenas might want to take into consideration and do a bit of regulatory impact assessment to see, is the environment flexible enough to be able to respond to high volatility that we're seeing and likely to see for many years to come.
Greg, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andres and Pak Greg.
Pak Rudo, anything to add to that before we close for today?
I think it's enough. Maybe from the audience, if there is a additional question, but for me, it's enough. Thank you very much for your insight.
Of course.
Thank you, Rudo. You're welcome.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
So before we conclude, ada pertanyaan lagi? Is there anyone else who has a question they'd like to put forward or a comment? We're pretty well on time. We've done well in that respect. Okay, maybe I'll just take this opportunity then first to thank Andrea. Thank you very, very much. Very insightful, very, very useful, and quite to the point. And I'm sure Bappenas will have more questions in the days to come about what you've presented. Thank you again to all the participants. I think we peaked at about 60. We've held on to about 45 at the moment, which is pretty good. Thank you to both our interpreters, because that's not an easy task to simultaneously translate for a number of hours. So very much appreciated. Thank you also to Budini and Padoni in the NSLIC office. As many of you know, our project is winding down and there's many things to do. So I appreciate their dedication today to make sure this worked fairly seamlessly in terms of online. And just a reminder to people, tomorrow morning, 8:15, we will have our second set of sessions. Greg Elms will be presenting on SMEs, global megatrends and related items. And I have a brief presentation on basically the Canadian experience in terms of levels of intervention with LED. And what else to tell you? I think that's really it for the moment, unless I've forgotten anything. But I do want to thank our presenters. Caitlin has gone already back to Nairobi, but Andrea very much so. And again, I look forward to hopefully our participants and more taking part tomorrow from about 8:15 to about 12:15. We'll have 2 more sessions. So with that, really, thank you very much to everyone. And terima kasih banyak. And Andrea particularly, thank you.
Thank you,
Peter, again.
Mr. Peter, Greg, Andres, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all. And
thank you, Rudo, and look forward to be in touch with all of you as much as possible. My email is here in the chat.
Thank you. Yes, of course, Andres.
That's perfect.
So you are in the Italy now, Andres and Greg?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Italy. I'm based in Florence.
Oh, in Florence.
Lucky guy.
Yeah, you're more than
So-
welcome to drop me an
maybe-
email for any reason.
Yeah, maybe sometimes we could visit you in Florence in Italy. And also
Super.
you, Pak Greg. See you then, Pak Peter. See you.
See you. Thank you. I
Goodbye.
noticed, Andrea, when you talked about tourism and the interlinkages and you mentioned gastronomy, I think that's a very strong reason why people come to Tuscany,
Exactly.
Romagna and what have you. I can still remember some great meals. So look, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Andrea, I'll
Thank
give you a quick
Thank
call.
you, Gregory. Nice to meet you
See you
also.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.